I'll hear you.
Hello, guys. Welcome to the show. Hope you guys are joining in. Maria Antoinette, alias as usual. Welcome to the show. It's been a minute. Yeah, man. As we wait for guys to join the show, let's see if I can play the change video. Welcome, guys, to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to have a very interesting talk. Hope you guys have had a very good week. Happy Sunday. Okay, man. Thank you, guys. Welcome. It was a beautiful beginning. Sorry for the technical difficulties in the beginning of the show, but here we are. Hope you guys have having a high. Oh, sorry. So yeah, I hope you guys are having a beautiful Sunday. It's actually a Sunday evening here in the east coast of Africa. I'm sure I don't know what time it is in the United States. Maybe it's probably minor, maybe heading towards afternoon. So yeah, hope you guys had a really good week. Hi, fact Zedi. Man, I usually butcher the name, so you guys are just going to have to forgive me. Fact Zeudi, Zema Yared, Teddy Jonables, Zabe, Marie Antoinette. Oh, it's 2:18 p.m. Oh, that's good to know. So today we're having a. Wait, you guys can hear me, right? Wait, you guys couldn't hear the whole video I put? Oh my god, I'm sorry. Ah, okay. Well, bro, we're learning as we move on. We are learning as we move on, guys. I'm sorry about that, man. So today we have actually a very interesting topic today. Today we're talking about. Let me check. Let me check. We're talking about the value of African life, right? Because I feel like I think a few weeks ago, I was in the diaspora talk with Big E here actually, and I came up with I had come across a specific piece of legislation in uh, in the in the U.S. Congress. I think it's past the Congress. I don't know how far it's gone so far right now, but I had gotten when I pushed it up, I got the impression that like it wasn't really going to be a big deal trying to stop it. Like it was going to be very difficult to stop it, like because of the Ukraine war and people. Basically, nobody like it just gives you an idea on how the priority of Africa is when it comes to maybe the Western mind that this issue that was affecting Africa. It wasn't really a big deal, but the issue in Ukraine is a big deal, you know. So, and I came to realize, and it just hit me that when I was researching for this show, actually, I was going to show you about some problems in like West Africa and East Africa about young babies dying. But then when I was researching, it hit me that people don't really value the world. I'm just not just people, the world in general does not really value African life, like including Africans sometimes, including our leaders, including it goes deep. It really goes deep. And I was researching actually, just realized, oh my God, like there is a whole system just designed for us for just to devalue African lives not to be taken too seriously, you know so that's what we're talking about today. It's going to be a series. We might be talking about this also next week because it's a very extensive topic. Or our guys here, they usually go for records. Yeah, man, guys usually go for records over here, so we might be going where maybe we might actually even just exhaust this topic for 12 hours, and we might have an appearance from the usual superstars, and also you guys, like, also the new guys. Hopefully, you join the topic. Chris Etienne, welcome. Oh, you can hear me. Yeah, but I don't think you could have heard the video, right? So okay, let me post what I was going to look at. Just give me a few seconds. Hmm. Sorry guys, sharing this stuff takes a whole while. So as you guys can see, hopefully you guys can see well. So this is a piece of legislation. I don't know how far it's gone so far, but I know it's passed. I think it's been there. I don't know. Maybe somebody will come later and let us know how far it's gone. But let's just go through this document for a while, for a few minutes, and see what it talks about. So this is a piece of legislation in the Senate. Oh, it's in the Senate of the United States, actually. Okay. Oh, okay. Last time I checked, it was in the core. Okay, yeah. So it's been progressing. The act is to direct the Secretary of State to develop and submit to Congress a strategy and implementational plan outlining the United States effort to counter the malign influence and activities of the Russian Federation and its proxies in Africa. This act might be cited as countering malign Russian activities in Africa. So it is the sense of the Congress of the United States that the United States should regularly assess. Let me put it in a bigger. That should regularly assess the scale and scope of Russian Federation influence and activities in Africa that undermine U.S. objectives and interests. Determine how to address and counter such influence activities effectively, including through appropriate United States foreign assistance programs, to hold accountable Russian and African to hold accountable Russian. This is a very patronizing one. To hold accountable Russian and African governments and their officials who are complicit in aiding and such malign influence and activities. So I'm not going to go through the whole document. I'm just going to look at the parts that really affect Africa. Strengthen democratic institutions, improve government transparency and accountability, improve standards related to human rights, labor, anti-corruption initiatives, fiscal transparency, monitor natural resources. Natural resources. So the government of the United States wants to come to Africa and monitor natural resources, extractive industries, and other tenets of good governance. Monitor and report on Russian influence, disinformation. Basically, it's a very aggressive document. That's all I can say. It's a very aggressive document against Africa. They will never. I don't know. I've never seen them. I don't know if they can ever write a document like this against maybe China or any. Just I don't know. It's just a very aggressive document. Like, oh my god. And it gives to show that the relationship between Africa and United States is not one of two sovereign nations, or it's not one of two different sovereign states and the United States. It's basically neo-colonial. But this is just one of the things I wanted to talk about. But I just wanted to put it out here for guys who have never seen it, just for you guys to be aware that it exists. And you can find it. I think I'll post the link on the chat so that you guys can know it exists. You can go through it in your time. But basically, welcome, Latte Pocket. Yeah, I've posted the link on the chat so that you guys can go through it in your own time. But what I'm trying to say is that the relationship between Africa, basically, and the world is of the nature that African lives are just disposable. it was just very weird that if you just look at how Africa is, just look at the media. If you just look how the media just talks about Africa, how Africa is just displayed towards just even when they discuss Africa in maybe in outside platforms, there's a lot of desensitization in African death. The media actually likes to display dead bodies of Africans all over the place. But in this war of Ukraine, you know, they don't like they really, you can actually see they go out of the way to to actually this not to actually to actually not put bodies in front of the cameras. But in Africa, bro, Africa is just another thing. But but let's not also focus too much on the Western media, even our own leaders. So I want to talk about desensitization of Africans. Oh yeah, sorry guys, I'm looking at something else. Yeah, okay. I want to talk about how Africans ourselves we are led to being very desensitized about our own lives. Like we're just used to things that we shouldn't be get used to, right? We're just used to Africans dying. Like we don't even worry about that. We don't even think about that. Right now, how many Africans are dying of hunger? Like, I can tell you right now in East Africa, there were just a few days ago, a few weeks ago, there were Africans dying in the Horn of Africa. I can tell you even in northern Kenya, there were Africans dying, but nobody cared. The government, it wasn't even bothered. It was like, in fact, it was just crazy. Like nobody, we've become desensitized. Even in Senegal, let me tell you something in Senegal that was very disturbing. In Senegal right now, they are babies died because of babies they died because of electricity, not no electricity in the hospital killed a couple of babies. Oh, it was a fire actually. So you can see that we are becoming we have reached a state that we just don't care about African lives. And if we don't care about African lives, what do you think the white people, okay, not the Western, correction, what do you think the Western people will think about African lives, right? Like that's just a question I wanted to put out there. What do you think about the Western? This is the type of discussion. Hopefully, you guys can join today. Let me. I'm trying to post the links and post the. I'm trying to push the screen so that you can see the article I'm trying to show. Yeah, here you are. Like look how this was a crazy news trailer. That's been in Africa. This maybe you haven't heard of it, but yeah, this was crazy. Like Senegal, just a hospital fire due to, and this was the first fire just due to bad maintenance and bad governance. Look, a short circuit, and the cities where Demba, 3 babies were rescued. Like babies died in Senegal, 11 babies, and this was the first time. Like this is like the second time it's happening. Same problems. The people are blaming that the government is not taking care of the babies. So it's quite crazy that the way we are treating even our newborns, that the way we've become like this is I just had to talk about it because we've just become, I don't know how do we put it, man. We've become desensitized. Like we've just become the governments, our governments are becoming desensitized. They're becoming just like, their corruption. The corruption is just becoming deep. Nobody's just talking about, nobody is like, now nobody cares, bro. It's like, it's crazy. That's what I'm just trying to say today. I think there's a part I want to show where the hospital had been newly inaugurated according to local media reports. So this is just one of the stories that I wanted to show, that we are becoming, I don't know if you guys agree, we're just becoming okay with Africa's death all over our side. And I was actually researching what Mika actually had an interview the other day with a Zambian doctor talking about trauma in trauma in Africa, because man, Africa. And what I actually also did, I found a very interesting article. This is a paper written. I'm not. It's just an app. Let me just read the abstract. I'm not. I can't buy it. The paper is supposed to be bought, and I'm not gonna buy it. But the abstract is just enough. The study aimed to investigate anxiety and fear of death created by consciousness of death in professionals who frequently witness death, and to determine variables related to dimensions and mortality awareness. Basically, it's a study to see the more surrounded you are by death, the more likely you are to be desensitized by death. The more news you hear about African death, the more desensitized. What I hope you guys try to see what the picture I'm trying to put. Let me just cut to the last sentence. These findings indicate that a desensitization effect of witnessing the death contrary to that predicted by the terror manager. You see, so basically they did a test and realized that the more you see about death, the more you listen to death, the more desensitized you are about death. And this is what I'm seeing in Africa, because that's if you look at the news coming from Africa, all we hear talk about is African death, African starving, African. So I was curious: is this purpose? Is this a purpose narrative? Is this by design, that the more news you hear about African death? Is it by design that they want us to they want the world, just the world, not to like respect African lives, not to feel like to be, what is it, to get desensitized when they hear, oh, African died, it becomes normal, like nobody cares, because is this by design? Like this is what I want to talk about today. So yeah, I think I'll drop the link. See what you guys think about this. There are plenty of articles I could show you. I can even let me show you one of them about desensitization of death.
Okay. We don't know for sure, but yeah, let's go ahead and get started.
Excuse me. Yeah, man. Let me. I think something happened. Let me share it again. So yeah, let's talk. Let me give you this a definition of desensitization. Desensitization can be used to treat phobias, other mental health disorders. It can also train your brain to remove anxiety or fear that accompanies trigger-inducing situations, such as seeing a spider driving or getting a vaccine. While desensitization can be beneficial to your mental health, it can also be detrimental. If you become desensitized to violence or death, you can become less sensitive to others' suffering. Specifically, let's put this as African suffering. If you become desensitized to violence and death, you might less, especially violence and death of your fellow Africans or just Africans in general, you become less sensitive to African suffering. You lose the ability to empathize with Africans and start to behave in more aggressive ways. Desensitization is the process or treatment by which repeated exposure lessens emotional responsiveness to negative and aversive or positive stimuli. Okay, I think I'm done. I think I'm done. It wasn't. I think there's not much to explain about this. Just wanted you guys to give your input on this. So let me check out the comments. Countries can develop in less than 40 years. Africa has potential. What will we do about it? If you look at if you look at the news coverage, even here in America, it's always about death and destruction. That's what sells. Even here, we've become desensitized to mass shootings. Yeah, that's actually a point. Also, that's also a point. So let's talk about it. Let me drop the link. Okay. So Samira, when you make this point about news coverage here in America, it's always about death and destruction, and that's what sells. Even here, do you think is by design? Do you think that the news is actually complicit and they are actually trying to get you desensitized? Like, do you feel like maybe there is like some sort of like, what? Because why is it that news about and I don't even think that's true. I don't think that negative news always sells. I think also positive news is also attractive to anybody. Just I think news sells as long as it's interesting, right? And I see negative news is like a new trend that now it's selling, but I don't know if it's actually proven that negative news sells better than positive news, or there is just a desensitization campaign happening across just the world. But I'm more specific to Africa because I feel like Africa, man, we are the things that Africans do that to each other and just done to Africa and just nobody cares. And I was wondering why nobody cares. And you just have to realize that sometimes these news guys, sometimes you wonder why nobody cares about us. Especially now, look, when something happens to Somalia. Don't generalize. Don't care what they think or what they want us to think. It's up to me to do right by my country and fellow Africans. Mobilize, galvanize, understand that self-reliance is the way. Join the stream, my brother. Join the stream, my brother. Give your opinion. But what do you think about Africans not being? What do you think about Africans also being desensitized to African deaths and African trauma, just African suffering? Because that's also a thing, right? Because sometimes when I live in Africa, I live in Africa, and sometimes when maybe somebody from outside Africa, he or she comes to Africa, they start to notice things that you had already not noticed. Like, man, like, why are those people living in such terrible conditions? And you, who has been living in Africa, you've been like, you haven't been you've been desensitized to them, right? You don't see them as living in terrible conditions because you've become used to it, right? But then when somebody maybe from the West comes and sees, why are those Africans not getting access to water, having to go to, you start to realize, oh, I've become desensitized to this guy suffering. Like, we start to accept things that are not supposed to be accepted, right? You start to like, this is actually one of the most important things that maybe why we need the diaspora or people in the diaspora when they come back to Africa and they start seeing things that, hey, this should not be happening, because we've just become used to this suffering in front of us. We've become used to seeing people in poverty. We've become, that we've just our minds have just told us to cope up with it, right?
Hello, Mwenda
Welcome,
Tezi.
welcome, my brother.
Hello, Mwenda Tezi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, that's good. I got a mic for this as well. So I got a mic these days as well. So I'm ready
Yeah,
to.
man. I see. I can see.
Yeah, don't worry. So I'm not shouting anymore across the internet and all that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, man. It's
I,
nice to hear, my brother.
yeah, I
How
got
have
a
you
bit.
been?
Not too bad. I'm doing all right as well. I'm obviously working at the moment at the same time. You know, it's not working. It's just my day on call and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
but yeah, um. What I got to say about this topic, so much I can say. I wonder if I can articulate it the best as well. The value of African life, it has to start. It starts from the beginnings as well. I think one thing that's important is when people have a kind of a religion that unifies them as together, or that gives them some kind of. Because I see always that religion or religious education is the first form of education as well, because the religious education contains a lot of philosophies and theologies. Now when those philosophies about your people become widespread, when they become widespread amongst everybody, you give them an education. An educated person is not fit to be a slave. You understand what I mean? Because now they know their own value in life, they know their own value in the world as well. So you cannot make that person, because eventually he's going to know about defiance. You understand what I mean? So our our philosophies were never encoded, or they were never codified as well. If you needed to speak to an elder, if you needed some advice, you went to speak to an elder, and the elder will give you advice. You understand what I mean? If you The people that had education, true education, were the people of the royal chieftains, or or the religious clergy, or the priest as well, in African tradition. So the rest of the population will not be very educated, and when they're not educated, they become subservient to their leaders. They become subservient to their royals and their chiefs. They become subservient to the priest as well. So the priest and chiefs can make any laws, and that's why it's so easy for the slavery to happen. You understand what I mean? So African life from that get go is that lack of education caused for life to just be just like that. He's just another servant. Everybody kind of became a servant of many, many chiefs. Do you understand? So the value of life, I guess, in the modern day context, you have to refer it into the modern day ills and trials and tribulations we're going through as well. It happens with almost every society as well. You can see, as soon as a society is experiencing upheaval, now the value becomes cheap as well. It becomes like they are now a commodity that could be sold at the black market. If I'm speaking in extreme terms as well, like if Iraqi people were good people, once the nation failed, when they fell, now the people have become cheap people. You understand what I mean? In any type of war, whenever there's war, or any people are experiencing upheaval, that situation happens. In America, has had this agenda towards Black Americans for a bit. And yes, the desensitization. Yes, there is a desensitization. Because when you see that too much, when you have that pump too much, eventually you just start saying, "This is just the nature of the world." No, not the nature of the world, but this is you become desensitized in a way as well. Even I, to a certain extent, I'm starting to become desensitized. Seeing all these kind of things, and which is not good. It's not a good thing at all. But we have to keep some of the best of us have to keep reminding us, coming back and reminding us why it's important to keep our sensitivities about these things. Some of the best of us have to come as well. But I think um the lack of value of African life started initially, but I think started from the beginning. Hence why you can see a lot of Africans were sold into slaves. That's bad. um I I think as we progress more, and as we win more, as we start winning a lot more in life, and we start collaborating a lot more in life, and as our countries grow, and as we become more wealthier, the more value we will find in ourselves in a way as well. It's easier for poor people, it's easier for rich people to work together, or people who are winning to work together, than poor people. Poor people find it hard to see value in each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
So
understand. You're talking about. So what you're saying is that as we develop as Africans, as we continue to become more, maybe more, have more money, but
yeah, not
we
necessarily money,
will.
just our
Yeah.
wealth and our standard of living improving, because these are tangible physical evidence as well. Yes, you have belief in yourself, you know who you are, but these are tangible things, and this is what the metric the world marks you on as well. It's not what you mark yourself as well, it's what the world marks you on. Look at the Chinese a couple of years ago. Their lives was like they were like slaves to the nation. You know, I still to a certain extent, but the way they lived as well, a Chinese life, they over manufacture in terms of manufacture, they over manufacture, they were put into those working camps. So people died just like that. You know what I mean? But nowadays they've risen in terms of wealth and all that stuff. Their life means something in the world and all that stuff. And they have the means to defend. They have the means to defend their life. You know what I mean? I think a lot more thoughts will drop into my mind as we go on. But for now, I start off with that. I think having the means to defend yourself, to secure yourself, have to secure yourself, it's so important. But all of that also comes with wealth. It's also a wealth. It's also a wealth in life, being able to defend yourself.
Okay. Yeah, so you raised you've made some interesting points, but especially, okay, let's start with the part where we talked about maybe us Africans, as we have more, as we gather more wealth, we
Mm.
gather more wealth in ourselves, then maybe probably the media, or not really- they will be we will be more sensitized to our lives, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
now, yeah, but what happens till then, though?
Until then,
like, yeah.
yeah, it's a good. What happens until then? Uh until then, it's a very hard question, because it's like you have to work at it. You have to start off with your own self-belief as well, and you have to educate yourself, and you have to look at life from a philosophical point of view and see, one day this person is only rich because of the wealth. Take away the wealth, what's the difference? People have to understand that point of view. What can we do for now? It's simple for me to easily say we need to work at it, we need to integrate, we need to try and find more value with each other, we need to do what we're doing right here as well. We need to raise awareness, we need to keep the sensitivities. It's easy to say that as well, but all of that is a process, isn't it? Like Mwenda says, it's a process.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a-
yeah, yeah. Also, but when okay, that's according to maybe modern Africa, right? Modern Africa, maybe post-colonial Africa, or post-colonial Africa. But what about pre-colonial Africa? Because it is us Africans who are selling our own, our own
exactly.
as slaves. So
Exactly.
were we not wealthy then?
Hmm. It's interesting. Yeah, like you see, that's why I said it's like, look at the United Kingdom. In the old world, wealth was not amongst all the peoples. You understand? The wealth was concentrated in the chiefs and the kings and all that. That's why you can see kings in almost every society. Everybody's like a servant. It's like a slave. You understand what I mean? But they're not treated as slaves. But everybody is just like a subject to the chief and all that stuff. They're subject. That's the kind of culture we had. It was not necessarily a slavery, but they were subject. And if you didn't have any form of education to actually implant in these people, to actually an education, a philosophy about what it is to be a man, to be a human being. If they didn't have that, then the people are just fit to be slaves. Then you understand what I mean? Because if they're not educated to do anything in life, what else? They can only serve. So in our societies, we served our chiefs. It was not only in African societies, it was also in European societies, in almost every ancient society. It's only through these modern written religions came that people had access to education and had to be. That's why you find the tribes that struggle to become, or not tribes, or peoples that haven't become slave in the world, are people who actually, I'm not a religious person and I'm not into religion, but I do recognize what it does to the individual as well. Sometimes there's extremes, sometimes there's positives as well. With Christianity, I say that there's some form of a bastardized Christianity that was brought to Africa, the one that taught a lot more obedience rather than defiance. It emphasized a lot more obedience kind of teachings in Christian, but rather than learning when you should defy as a human being. But in Islam, there's a lot of obedience and defiance, but it has its own things as well. But these religions, they had theologies, philosophy. They was the first form of education. And when people, that's why the Muslim people were not like Somalis and all that kind of stuff. They were not fit to be slaves. The religion united them, and they knew who they were as a human being. They had a philosophy. You couldn't enslave. You can't physically enslave them, but what they will have in their core, you can't take away that. You can't take away that from them. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let me give space to my brother Biggie for him. Maybe give a comment on what we're talking about today.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for having me, Mwenda, Tezi, BJ. I see Dart online with us. I mean, you picked a great subject. This is ongoing. This is something that I've always been screaming that really start with the do not raise your arm against another African brother or sister. That's one of the things. We need to be aware of what's going on. And at the same time, when things like that happen, after a while, when it's repeated, we need to come up with a solution. And the solution is also given in there. Maybe it's a financial issue, or maybe there was some allocation that never been put up front to serve the people. So we're going to go on accountability. So every time we have this kind of information that comes out, let's go through seeking the solution and say, hey, what happened to that fire? You know, how did it start? What could have been prevented? All that has to be questioned. Otherwise, basically, people died and people just becomes like a norm in Africa. Somebody died in Africa becomes on anything, on a war zone or on the tribal zone or whatever. It becomes like, oh yeah, in Africa they died, you know, they got wars, they got disease, they got this. They will look at us down all the time. But it's up to us as citizens, just going to be coming up and say, why this thing happened? Could it have been prevented? These are the kind of topic we need to really put out there to understand what happened, and it will never happen again. But a lot of times, you know, they will do their little analysis and whatever. Oh, the fire started here and nothing else. But the only thing you're going to see, you know, people got hurt, people died. So we need to make sure that we pass the information when something major happens, and it's in news that's going to be in your local, and try to find a solution so it won't happen again. A natural disaster, you know, how when a natural disaster comes, how we're going to be helping one another. And that you don't have an understanding why it happened, but, you know, scientifically we can probably have an understanding. Hey, you know, you got the surface heated, and you got this two atmosphere collided. You got this rain out of, you know, become chaos. It got flooded. So now once we got that, it got flooded. But how can we stop from that to occur? What can we do instead of just say, hey, you know, it's a natural disaster and it's done with? What did you do to prepare yourself if any such disaster happens? So we have to have a conversation that's going to go on the ground that you have to ask why. And when you ask why, it's not just a problem, but come up with a solution. So we lack a lot of people getting this information. So it's up to us, like this kind of platform, that's going to make you aware, hey, you know, you have a problem, you better come up also with a solution. Not just the problem, just like we just hanging the problem, oh, it's the government, it's the leader, it's the one, and you just hang it in there, and you expect something to be done. No, we got to start from the bottom. What the people can do about it, start talking about it. This is my little take on this topic.
It's funny.
Yeah, that's actually good points. My sister BJ, welcome to the panel.
Well, thank you. You know, was listening to what you guys were saying. I mean, it's like, it's so important and so critical right now. Because I know, like, when I was in school, it was always the question, who, what, why, where. now everybody's just looking at the who and the what. So, the African continent is split up to 54 countries. Who did it? Why did it do it? What was affected there? What was the cause of it? Who benefit from it? No, we never get past the surface level to find out why is my biggest enemy my brother and not the one who's putting me in chains. And because the narrative keeps getting flipped to who and what, we never dig any deeper from the surface level to try to fix the problems of why can't we work together? What are you doing over there and it's succeeding? Can I replicate it over here? What are you doing here that can then benefit my brother over there? No one's getting that deep because it's always something coming up and we're always in this survival mode. And everyone else is exploiting the condition that we're living in.
Yeah, exactly. So it's interesting how when someone is going through upheaval, you're going through upheaval in life, and how your life becomes less valuable in a way as well. Like you can take it down to an individual level. The choices that you make as an individual when you're facing upheaval as well. Some of the choices you will not even make when in your natural state. You will not even make those choices as well. So they say, like, somebody might be going through some shit, and if somebody's poor, the choices that they made, they might enter the drug trade, they might enter some prostitution, they might have some filthy men shit on their mouth and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So this is where it gets at as well. So it's not a case of how much do you value yourself. It's like there's a price tag for almost everybody. There's an actual price tag for everybody, depending on the type of life they lead, or depending on the type of security they have in their life, and the type of security they have and the type of wealth they have. There's a price tag for everybody, and we need to become more expensive. Our lives need to become expensive,
Yes.
not cheap.
Well, I mean, but I just look at, like, when I was in school and there was certain kids and they would say, "Oh, so who's your brother and sister?" Tyrone and Frank. Oh yeah, they were bad kids. Oh, they this. Oh, you're not gonna be anything because you're gonna be just like your brothers. So you're already programming that child to have less value of themselves. So they're like, well, that is my brother. We're living in the same home, and if she's saying this is them and my brother is in trouble now, that's my destiny. See, words play such a huge role, especially in a child's eyes. So if we're devaluing ourselves, we then perpetuate somebody else's projection of what we are to be, instead of looking at, I am valuable, I am capable, I could do anything. Just because I'm not living in a mansion, because again, how many of us got the opportunity or the pleasure to go in that mansion and see what kind of craziness and madness was rolling around in there? So we don't even know what the other side look. We're just looking at this rose-colored picture and thinking that's perfection, and it may not be.
Yeah. You've all spoken. You've spoken a lot of truth right now. If I okay, let me not let me. So what my question is about my sister BJ. You've talking about your brothers and sisters, because I see this is not a problem just in Africa. Also, African diaspora are actually also facing this issue when it comes to desensitization of Black lives, right? Just Black lives, like literally the movement of Black Lives Matter, right? It started in the United States, although it has its own controversies. But what do you feel about the desensitization of Black lives in the United States?
In the United States, it was always, we were property. We had no value. We was chattel. We was no more than a cow or a pig, to be freely auctioned off. We may have gotten some freedoms, but that concept of who we are is still like we're less than. So we're constantly hitting barriers no matter what we do. But in the past, we even through all that, we still had a foundation of unity, and we knew our value even if they didn't. So maybe I have to work harder to prove and show that I have value. Now what the scary part is that a lot of us are being driven by narratives. So all of a sudden it's the, men versus women, you're my enemy, or this is this, or that is that, or now it's the, no, I'm not from Africa. I'm an indigenous of America. America is the ADOS versus. It's all these little groups fighting against each other, and it's like, but what does that resolve the issues that we're dealing with? Because it's like any little buzzword, any little statement that's thrown out there, everybody's just navigating and clawing onto that to make sense of a world that's just out of its rabbit picking mind, instead of sitting back and doing the who, what, why, and where, and who benefits from it. Because, just like BLM, I don't know the original people who were, started the foundation, but like in the 60s, Johnson said the biggest fear is the next Black Messiah. So we're going to choose your leaders and you won't. So again, if you're being led by somebody else, is that going to be for your own benefit? And that's because everyone's so disconnected and they don't know where the narrative is coming from. They just know, just grab onto it. It's the next buzzword.
I think to have the position of second-class citizen, although it's not spoken, but it does seem like that. Maybe others can rise into wealth, but it seems like, you do leave a second-class citizen when you are in a foreign country. When you're in a foreign country, you leave a second-class citizen. And also, you are a minority, so you're the other. Being a minority and being an oppressed minority as well, it's a hard thing to do. And human beings in general, struggle to actually feel each other's pain as well. If they don't relate, they really don't care. Human beings don't care if they don't relate, if they don't have any semblance to each other, they don't care about each other. So we must elevate ourselves to different levels as well. You know what I mean? Some tribes won't care about other tribes, will be desensitized to the pain of other tribes, and then some peoples will be desensitized to the pain of other people because there's that difference. So it takes a kind of, like other Muslims cross racial can feel each other's pain because they're Muslims. They have something to unite on, So for Black people, we sometimes feel the pain of African Americans as well because we can clearly see ourselves in them, and all that. We do feel that as well. But yes, you can become quite desensitized when it's being pushed onto you all the time by the media and all that stuff. But you have to be aware of what's happening and bring the best side of you as well. But which is it's hard to do. It's hard to do.
Yeah, and that's the struggle because
how do you feel about it?
Everybody just want to just.
How do you feel about it? Seeing a lot of Black people being shot in the United States. How do you feel about it right now? Where are you at with it?
It's been it's so much blood that flows to the soil of this country. It's unreal and has never stopped. So that's one thing I know has never stopped. And it's like for the problem I have the most is when we're doing it to each other. Because it's, again, from the time that they took over this country, they went, again, many of us are not foreigners of this land. Even though some of that history has been hidden or lost, is when they start putting the guns in the children's hand and they started, and it's been decades ago, started shooting each other and they just haven't stopped. And we have to start, like you said, valuing ourselves and say, no, that is my mother, that's my brother, even though we may not share the same blood. I must protect you, not take you out. And that's where the differences has come in. Where prior to that, there was like honor among thieves or whatever, where you just didn't do certain things. Now it's like no holds barred. And I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen the news and what happened to the poor children in Texas. It's just horrible. But the thing that people are not really focusing on is, as this person is doing this in this room with these children and these two teachers, and they, I can only imagine when, the horror that they had to endure, or the trauma the ones who are surviving will have to carry with them for the rest of their lives. The police are outside doing nothing. I gotta wait to border patrol. God only knows how long the distance is to get to the school to come to do something. What is that putting in these kids' minds? That, again, that is telling them that they have no value and they're not protected and they're not safe. And again, nothing ever happens. I don't know about where you guys at, but in America, nothing happens unless is intended to happen.
You can call it choreographed, basically. It's a lot of copycats, okay? A lot of violent games. You go out there and, I don't know if as a human nature, when you are really exposed to, let's say you've been watching YouTube and you've been watching some other things, and you're always in front of your screen, you kind of forget to get up and walk. You forget to really losing yourself into it, and imagine this young mind. They lose themselves into these games, and this game. Oh, somebody did. God knows what it's going to trigger. There are games that you got to be 18 and above, but they manage to get access to it. And those the one that are really, really up on another level that really gets to see that and act upon it. They've
But that's
seen
programming. It's
programming,
programming. They have been programmed from young age to be this. We're
right?
turning these people into this stuff.
And at the same time, also
It's
we
almost
got a
like
lot
the
of
making of a slave as well. It's almost like the making of a slave. Show him enough. Show him enough of that programming. Desensitize
right.
him of his own upheaval and pain, and
Mhm.
what do they become? A shell or nothing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like, how are you
Okay,
guys? How are you doing?
welcome to the
Oh,
stream,
good. How
brother.
about you?
Hey,
I'm
Mickey.
doing good. How everybody? Nice to be
Good.
here. Yeah, like, I was listening to topic, and like, it's like you said, it's a programming because you get what you feed. So, uh, as you said, like, if you don't teach your kids or everybody in the society to first be human and go beyond this, because this cold world has this. We can't deny it. We couldn't change it, but it's built on this. That's to your own beliefs and the way you live your lives. But I believe in every teaching there's this force that's happening on the ground. But it's deliberately, because even when we see through slavery, didn't they used to be entertained by making people fight against each other?
Yeah,
Exactly.
You,
to the
yeah,
death. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, to the death.
So literally, they're doing this on the ground right now, because I was reading this book, and it said in the old uh, stages of, I think, the uh, Babylon kingdom and the Roman kingdom, like, there was this way of life called Hellenization, and today it's a new word called globalization. And They used to do the same thing back in the days, like 3,000 years ago. I was
Yeah, well,
reading.
I mean, the thing is the same. It's nothing. What we don't realize because we don't value history, even though like my girlfriend, she's like really a history buff and love history.
Mhm.
We never look to the past to see what's going on today. Nothing has changed. The only thing changed is the date on the calendar.
Mhm. Mhm. Even then, there are like bright days. At the same time, there are this kind of days, but people, especially like, there's dark, there's light. But you, as a person, we're all light. So when it gets dark, we must know it's getting dark, because we need to. My Not everybody notices has the light inside them, and that's through knowledge and experience.
Mhm.
So I don't think everybody has that, but I believe everybody's human, so everybody should survive. So the people that have the light through the dark times must lead the way and like
Mm.
show the path, turn this way, turn that way. And we need to start moving on that, because in Ethiopia, personally, I reached this type of consciousness because of a lot of people there that put their lives on the plate
Mm.
to awaken the people.
Right. See,
Yeah,
that's
so
important. You see, that's an important one. There's two things. There's three things here. There's the aspect of upheaval and poverty in the world that renders people to not value their own lives or the life of their people, and then there's the aspect of actually having tangible means to actually secure yourself in the world, and then there's the aspect of having commonality in which we can find commonality with each other here and all that stuff. That way we can relate to each other's pain as well. For Ethiopia and most Africans, we do tend to relate to each other's pain, but only when we find that commonality, which is our tribal lines. Mwenda Tezi, if your people were getting persecuted in Kenya today, even you, Mwenda Tezi, wherever you are, you will pick up a gun and fight. You understand? If my people were getting persecuted where I come from, as much as I will pick up, I may not fight for the nation, but I'll fight for my tribe. You understand? So, because I feel that pain. But the pain of other different person is hard to feel. So we kind of become desensitized. So we must rise to another level. Ethiopians, different tribes, but they've had one common religion for a long, long time, and they've fought for that nation for a long, long time, so they can feel Ethiopian pain. You understand?
So
Black
yeah,
people.
and they often make they're the villain. They're in that situation because they're doing this. They haven't done that. So then you say, well, okay, they should be persecuted because they're this. That's the other thing they wrap around without seeing. That's why I'm like, history is so important. We need to know the whole story. If they are the villain, what caused or what was it that made them into a villain? What's changed them from who they originally were? Because if you look at the whole story and see, well, these people were suffering and they had this and they had that, then you will understand their perspective. Not in the media, because it's so short-sighted, it's just a 2-second little blurb. Here's the enemy. Well, why are they the enemy? Or it's a war. Why are they at war? What is the conflict about? Because they control the narrative the way they do. You don't take the time to really research what's really going on, so you can't really understand, well, why are these two tribes in conflict? Well, if you look at the historical background and the things that were going on, or was it a third party who got, Europeans got in the middle of this and caused a strife or whatever, then you say, well, these guys need to get together and get over this because it's defeating both of them. No, we just like, oh no, yeah, they're the enemy because they said so.
I was just saying, it's how easy it is to try and not feel, because especially, like, let's give you an example here, right? Like, you may perhaps be feeling the pain of Kenyans, or you may be feeling the pain of your nation if your nation is getting persecuted by another, because now you've extended the feeling away from your tribe to your nation. But the more your people are losing and are getting the beating and lickings as well, somebody's going to say, well, at least it's not me, it's not my tribe that's getting beaten like that. It's not my tribe, it's not my people, and all that stuff. So we kind of try to find a place we can be comfortable with, like that's what the desensitization does as well. They force it on you so much that because you're powerless to secure yourself, like powerless to do anything about it, you kind of become like, well, at least that's not my people and all that kind of stuff. This is bad. We must be aware of this kind of thing. Because like I said, this is things that they used to practice in the making of a slave. Back then, slaves would used to get whipped by their masters, and other slaves would stand around. In their powerlessness, they will stand around and just watch. What kind of attitude do you think those slaves will develop as well, watching their daughters, their moms, their dads getting beaten like that? They will become individual. They will borrow it down, completely kill off their collective sense and become individual. I say, well, she shouldn't have done that. That person shouldn't have done that. Soon you will start to see black people blaming each other for the ills that they experience in America. That's what this is going to result to.
And it's beginning. It's beginning.
Start blaming each other. Say, it's not the white man's fault. It's the black man's fault that we're like this. We're just too stupid. We're just too dumb. We're just too that. It's the black man's fault, this and that. While you don't know, you'll get whipped. All that is a way of kind of finding comfort by dissociating that it's not happening to us. Do you understand? So this is the making of a slave. This is what a slave becomes at the end of it. It kills off your sense of commonality and collectivism. That's what it does.
Yeah, like in addition to that, like you guys picked up, we need to change our motto into like, I know it's hard, but like human race is our tribe right now, because everything, even if our topic and agenda is on one Africa, but like this happened through all the nations in the world, like Syria, Iraq, everywhere. Like the human race is at war at the because some of the human race they think they're extraterrestrial, so we can leave it to them, but we have that power too, to be honest, because we are on God's side and God is beyond everything. So because I believe we have that God energy to have this topic right now, because we're thinking positive and God is positive. He thinks good and wants peace for everybody, not to kill one because he has a different way of living. That can wait. That we can share at some point, and that's a perspective. But we don't need to kill each other to express those things. And how are we in this deep is because we've diminished our tribe to this and that rather than thinking as humans. Because let me tell you, the conflict in Ethiopia right now is based on the northern side, and the northern side is where a lot of history and the civilization is based on. So if that civilization comes out again, it can control the world, like not controlling it in the sense of dehumanizing it, but by setting everybody free in the world and being like the human they are. And
that's probably why they're coming after, because they don't want this world to be free.
Yeah, simple as that, like on point. So how are we gonna fight this? Because we need to put it into implementation this year. I believe the first one is informing. Informing is the first one. Pursuing is the second one, because as you guys said, we're in slavery right now, and some of the slaves are willing to be slaves because they believe they're just gonna live and die. But how are you gonna die? That's the main thing. We're all gonna die someday for sure, but how are we gonna die? Is it by being slaves directly or indirectly, like working 9 to 5, going and partying the way they want us to, going to places that we shouldn't as human beings, doing things that we shouldn't do as human beings, and then die? That I'm just going into deep.
No, because it's almost like what was in a Matrix, and the one who betrayed him said, "You know what? I know this meal is not real, but I'd rather be eating this than to be on the ship with you guys eating, whatever." And that's where a lot of us are. Like you guys had mentioned about the conflict and how we're, you're seeing your brothers are being under attack, but as long as it's not hitting me, we always have that mentality that, oh, that's happening over there, it doesn't affect me.
Yeah.
It may not affect you today, but you think they're gonna stop after they take out that one spot? Oh no, greed is endless, and greed is never satisfied,
Yeah,
and greed never has enough.
yeah, like let me tell you one. If you guys saw the picture I posted on WhatsApp, the WhatsApp group, if you have it, like, you should post it. And like the main topic I just want to pick up is like the thing about conflict is creating an image, and we know that the mass media is like 100% wrong right now. It's showing us what they want us to what they want us to see, and the realness is actually the reverse. Like, if everybody's conscious, it just needs to watch the mass media and think the opposite of it. I believe so.
Exactly.
Like,
Take your cues.
yeah, like, exactly the opposite of it is the truth. So while watching the mass media, just think of the opposite of it, and then you're seeing the truth. So uh like some people, and anything, if somebody comes to kill you, you need to defend himself, because you might talk him out of it, but if he's like about to pull the trigger, you pull the trigger. And that's, I believe, Russia is doing right now, because there we have a lot of things happening in Ethiopia right now with Russia, and I have a little bit of information. And the way I see it, I have a couple of colleagues, my friends, since we were kids living in Russia, and they pass informations to me, and like they're telling me he's doing the right thing, because they have hidden agendas, a lot of hidden agendas. And he said, I'm not a judge, but I am the one that's gonna send them to the judge.
Yeah.
That's what Putin said. Like, my friend was telling me this, and I was like, damn, like, because people like this are not peoples, and we need to send them to God. I'm not gonna be the judge. I'm not gonna put mercy or put them into hell, but I'm gonna send them to the one that's gonna do that. And
Who
I'm
who
not
was he referring to when he said that? Who was Putin referring to when he said that?
When he said that,
Yeah.
technically, he was saying the people behind Ukraine's agenda, because the
Right.
people in Ukraine, 30% or 40% are still under like the Putin's how do you say this?
Yeah.
What was it? Damn, I forgot the Sara'at meaning. What was it? Help me, Biggie, on this. Like structure, like because they were the same as Russia and the USSR before that, like in the system, yeah, like the
Still under their reign.
yeah, like the somewhat like 30% of the Ukraine's population follow what Russians do, like culture-wise, history-wise, they know it. So that's why they haven't invaded and destroyed Ukraine completely, because their people are in there too, with like half of, like I said, 30%. You're living the same kind of lifestyle, having the same mentality as Russia, but are in Ukraine. But the others are brainwashed by the Westerns and are doing the Hellenized stuff that are there, that they've taught them. So that's why the war hasn't ended, because he doesn't want to destroy everything, because he doesn't believe that way, but he's doing it to the people that are not coming back. Because like I said, if he doesn't do it, they're coming to him for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay,
like,
let me welcome AJ to the conversation, my brother or my
Hey
sister.
guys, hi, how are you? How's everyone doing?
How's it going?
We're doing good.
Yeah, I was just listening. It was an interesting discussion, and at times goes deep as well. So I was like, hey, let me jump in. It's my kind of talk. So yeah, It's interesting. Basically, I'll go back to the desensitization aspect and what's going on with the media and putting that narrative across the board. So basically, my take on that is basically, we all have three aspects, right? We have the mental, physical, spiritual. So this media and all that is basically, programming, which is suppressing the mental aspect. That way, people don't really know and understand who they are and be able to associate with one another or gain.
You're breaking up a bit.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay, so basically making it hard for us to share knowledge, share experiences, and be able to help out in that way. And along with other things, like you have the GMO food, this and that, promoting the unhealthy way of life on Africans, African Americans. That also affects the physical, basically. So you literally living your life in just like autopilot, and then so all of that basically is to suppress the most important aspect, which is the spiritual aspect. Which connects us all, and that's.
Brother, can you be a bit louder?
Sure. I think it's I have to get me one of those microphones so I could. So yeah, so I do apologize.
No, you sound much better now.
Much better. Okay.
Yep.
So. That aspect, basically, I think the target is the spiritual aspect of it, because once an individual frees him or herself spiritually, then integrating with one another across borders, nations, or whatever becomes feasible. That's why we are here in the same room. We have different experiences.
And I think the biggest fear of them is the day that a man will start thinking for himself. So they want to program all of us to just be little puppets, just walking blindly to whatever carrot is dangling in front of us.
Yeah, exactly. And desensitize as well as just give us some sort of limited view of ourselves, who we are, and what we're capable of, devoid of our own history, and just paint it totally different. So all of that is basically to really not know ourselves. So it's a huge thing that was done, but getting past that is what's going to be a challenge at an individual level, and that's what we must work on. I mean, it's hard to push that to people, so people have to really nowadays people are more drawn into this subject. A couple of years ago, 5-10 years ago, even this would be really something would take it seriously, because everybody is under the invisible chains, and thinking that they're free. But I was part of that too. But that's the most important thing, basically, having that awareness, because it's by design. These things that separates us, like in the continent, you have countries, religions, this tribalism to divide us, because here in the U.S. and Western areas, you have the media and other outlets basically doing the same thing, divide, to create a gap amongst same people who have somehow different experiences, but same painful experiences. It might vary in its level, but the same atrocious experiences. So these are all the things that need to be worked on in order to polish up all those and just
Yeah, and the thing is, we have to learn. I have the freedom to love you in spite of your differences. We have not gotten there. I can accept you for who you are, even though you don't think like me, even though your traditions are not like mine. It's okay. I love you in spite of that. We are looking at you're different than me, so you're my enemy.
right, exactly, and because it's basically it's experiences are what makes they're not really, if you look at them, they're not big differences, but they're made to look like some big issues. It's cultural, and these are nothing serious. But the most important fact is basically understanding, just like one of my brothers here said. We're all humans. We know and understand it, and we're not trying to harm anything or anyone. However, we want to promote love amongst ourselves. We have a task to work on, which is on what we call our own unity. So, and that has to be our priority as well as our work, because there's so much we can share and work together, and like now and in the future. So I think at this time especially, I'm seeing that even the young generation from the continent here or elsewhere are becoming understanding this facts that something is being lifted from our eyes, and we're seeing this. I see this energy of pulling one another and just trying to create that unity that we need to get to where we need to be. So that's what I can say for now.
Okay, that's a very some great points, especially about, and I think we'll go back to that in a few. But let's give self science chance to push his views. Self science, my brother.
Yeah, hello, my
Hello, my brother.
my.
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you, and I greet everyone. Um, I've been listening to you guys, and I kind of like where the direction this talk is going through, because it hits a nerve for me, because um yeah, I agree that this, as much as we have some issues on our hand, it's also a very spiritual issue. And so for me, and I want to speak like this because I feel it's the same for many people who see themselves as spiritual beings first, which is opposite to what the power structure, the global power structure, wants us to think of ourselves. They want us to think of ourselves in materialistic terms first, so that they can market things to us, and so on and so forth. However, if you're spiritual first, you try to understand things from that point of view, from that perspective. And for me, growing up, I was lucky not to grow up in a family where we're just religious. My parents they had the religion, the practice, but they were more spiritual. So I was made to know about the oneness of humanity at a very young age, and so
Mm.
I could empathize with all kinds of people. And so when I
Mm.
was when I was young, when there would be a war somewhere, or
Mm.
whether I was the Twin Towers, wherever I was, whether I was Kosovo, I bled in my heart, and I would, go down on my knees and express myself to my creator to at least help these people in any way. And even unto my adulthood, this has been the way that I taught.
But that humanist spirit of yours that was taught from a young age, they take advantage of that. So sometimes you have to bring it down to where you look at what your people are going through. So they take advantage of your
Whoa.
humanity.
Yeah, I was coming to that, and
So
that's brilliant actually. But when I came to the West, I started to see that it seems I'd been living a lie all my life. Yes, I want to love, I want to care for other people, but these people do not feel the same for my people that look like me. And even worse than that was what I think one of the Ethiopian brothers was saying, that they perpetuate a system that corrupts the whole planet. So therefore, if they were not in the picture, that means it appears to me that people will make better decisions about how they treat each other. But for instance, there is this thing about the frequency in which music is played on the radio or in the media, which said um, this billionaire, the first billionaire in the US, I think Rockefeller, he he had the natural current frequency of music tuned into one that made the human psyche disturbed, so that people who listen to this kind of music, to music in that frequency, will tend to act irrational more, will just be like wild animals. So therefore there is a force, there is a group out there that wants this world to go down the drains. And so when I started to think of this thing, so what do someone who is more spiritual, do? What do you then do? Now you are caught up with your spiritual higher self, where you believe that you, all souls, even some of us go as far as thinking that even all animals, as plants as well, we actually come from the same source, and no animal should be treated badly, save for maybe you eat animals and stuff. But then what can you do? Because if you do nothing because you want to be in your spiritual space and be all holy, this thing will continue. So what can you do? So I began to think in more, physical terms, practical terms. Like, so the analogy I want to use is that me and my brothers, we would go to play soccer with neighbors and friends and all that. We come from the same house and we love each other. But when we went to the field, we were on different teams, and then we played as if we did not know each other. So everybody was playing to get their team ahead. I think this is what the powers that be understand, or should I say, the colonizer. They are playing. They have no regards for this oneness we talk about as humans, and so they are playing.
one thing I have observed, and it hit me quite yesterday, philosophical or something. Yeah, in this life, right?
Yeah.
We are all born to survive, right? We're all born to survive. That means ourselves, we're meant to eat each other to survive, to propagate further forward as well. You know what I mean? So when you look at it in history, so many peoples, how many tribes have disappeared from the planet? You know what I mean? So many people. If you look at the Hebrew books as well, so many tribes have discarded. The Israelites killed a lot of people. If you look at the wars that happened throughout the 1,000 years as well, so many nations have fallen, so many people have completely been wiped out, and other nations have been pushed forward. It seems like the nature of human beings is to completely eat each other up entirely until one person gets to propagate themselves forward as well. So it's quite important that we understand, yes, it's survival of the fittest, and right now we're not that fit, and it's just easy for everybody to take advantage of us. Obviously, that's going to change as well. Sometimes you need to realize when it's best to come together to actually be stronger. You understand? You need to come together to be stronger. But I think that's what this does. You understand? This desensitization. That's what it does. It tries to kill a collective initiative, and it actually just brings about everybody thinking about it from an individual point of view as well. And as long as it's not happening to me, I do not care. There's nothing I can do about it anyways. You understand what I mean? So
Yeah.
this is what they're trying to build in us as well. So we need to be aware of that. I need to realize we can only stand stronger as a collective. The stronger you are, the more valuable you are in the world. The stronger you are, the more your wealth grows in the world. The stronger you are, the more you start to rely on each other. Positive things start to happen as well, and you start to have pride within yourself as a human being as well. You understand? So we need to be aware that this is a desensitization campaign that not all of America, but some racist fringe part of America, especially in the police force, have just said, you know what, we're gonna take this, the making of a slave kind of teachings, and actually do it on a wider scale for the black populace in the United States, and maybe it might have reverberations in Africa as well, just to create as much chaos as possible. So we need to be aware when we start blaming ourselves. Yes, we can blame ourselves to an extent, but sometimes we overdo it. We need to be aware when we start blaming ourselves for the ills. We need to ascribe where blame is and actually stand on one unified stance as well. That's why you hear black people fighting all the time online and being disorganized, because we are. When do you find a slave see value in another slave? It's very hard for a slave to see value in another slave. So we slaves wouldn't listen to each other's advice, because why am I going to listen to you? How better are you? You're not better than me, and all that kind of stuff. So there's always that fight. So we have to elevate and be sensitive to these things, and have to come to another point of view. I say it's easier said than done. It's easier said than done, to be honest.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely. But the thing is that me being in America is that what I don't understand about us is that why don't we see that? It has never changed. Those same tactics have been, repackaged, but it's being done over and over again. And it's done for, on purpose. I mean, it's a systematic system that creates those divides. I mean, you look at back in the day when we were in a plantation, you had the field, you know, slaves, and you had the ones in the house. Well, of course, the ones in the house got treated a little bit better, but they still were a slave. But then they decide, well, I'm now in the field, so I'm better than you. So now we constantly feed on I'm not you, so that makes me better. Not looking at, well, maybe I live in a different zip code, but are you being treated any better? We never go beyond that surface value. Oh, I'm now a top corporate executive, and look what I have. But when
I'm
the
the
police
first black person
put,
this. I'm the first black person that. I'm sick of that.
oh yeah, but then when the cops come pull you over, they ain't looking at your job badge. So how you got it better, but do you really have freedom? Do you have it better, but are you really happy? You have it better, but have you really made any progress? So we're on this little wheel, hamster wheel, just rolling and rolling, think it's going to take us to a different direction, when actually, how can you go anywhere, because you're still in the same cage?
Yeah. So
So
yeah,
we have to let go of those ideals and understand. I understand that they're there. I understand why they're there. They're benefiting someone. Now, how do we make it benefit us? Because all
yeah,
this division and fighting and conflict and all this other craziness is only
there,
keeping
there,
us
there's
where
two
we're
things.
at.
There's two ways this can go, right? There's two ways this can go. It either these upheavals will either bring us together, or will either just push us further and more into individualism, which somebody said will lead us into a more materialistic world and all that stuff.
Yeah,
And we will, so it can either
absolutely.
go two ways.
And but then but then as a whole, my whole thing is now is who benefits, because every action anybody on this planet makes has a cause and an effect. And if the effect is not benefiting you and yours, why do it?
yeah. Like I believe this is to lack of being visionary because, as you give an example, like because one black person is rich and the other one is poor, but they're both black, and the senses of the outsiders that are actually creating that They want one to be rich and one to be poor, and because at that time there's no unity, because the the poorer one, in the sense of the material, is chasing the material that the other one has, and what's the rich one doing? Is protecting himself from the other one. So the ones that are controlling this, the cage owners, are looking from outside and
I,
feeling happy.
I guess
So
I
if
can
those,
say a lot of
yeah,
black people, especially wealthy black people, this is an extreme way of saying it. We live in a world of delusion in order to try and cope with the situation in the world. We live in a world
mm,
of delusion in a silo kind of situation where we say, you know what, I got mines and that's it, but reality faces you every day and you have to deal with that. You understand? And the same as the kings in Africa back then lived in a world of delusion. They were getting wealth from slavery, they were getting wealth from oppressing their people and all that, but they didn't care at the same time. They deluded themselves to be comfortable with that situation. And when somebody else who's in tune with reality looks at you, you don't command respect in any type of way, no matter how wealthy you are. You don't command respect. There's a price tag on you. Your price is based on what the materials you have. And one day somebody can match that price. And what value do you have now? That's fucking depressing. Sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, you're mentioning how the rulers, had all these slaves. The way the system works is that they will allow you to take out all your people, because it's a chess game. It's a chess game. Get rid of all the pawns of your opponent, and that leaves the whole kingdom vulnerable.
Yeah.
And what we don't see, if we don't protect our pawns, we're all gonna be taken out.
Mm.
But our society says the pawns have no value because they're just the waitress, they're just a little this, they're just a little that, they're just these little things. So when something happens to them, no one is in an uproar. No one, looking at what happened in Buffalo, and again back to Texas. I mean, Texas is, which that's just the most horrible thing on the planet. But that's an open carry state. And everybody get on the news, I got my gun, I'll protect. But yet when you're needed, no one's there. So it's like everybody has perpetual lip service and no actions are needed.
So it's interesting.
Yeah. If actually you've made some interesting points. When we talk about let's talk about that Texas. Although it's not in Africa, but it's a very interesting thing, because when people, when it's a very interesting when it comes to the perspective of desensitization, right? Because when people don't no longer value human life, like, the topic is the value of African life, but I think Mickey has made actually a very good point that maybe it should be just the value of human life, because when people now see they no longer value human life, they just take it away. They kill people to make a political statement, and that's not the first time. It's just now, it's now a thing. Even I think a few years back it was in New Zealand, somebody just recording killing people just to make a political statement, ending
Yeah,
human
but
life.
sometimes it's not political. Sometimes it's just, this is what I like to do. And that's what people don't want to recognize. Is these people just enjoy doing what they're doing.
yeah,
When
like
the Tezi, when the Tezi,
I'm
when the Tezi, I would
I
like
can
to
hear
know,
you.
is there even a value, a universal value of human life that all human beings share? Because it doesn't seem like there is to me. It seems like the value of life is what you put yourself, what you make of yourself. It starts as an individual. Do you value yourself? Do you value your people? if you value them enough, what are you going to do to preserve them enough to survive? You know what I mean? So it's like, is there even any value? Because it doesn't seem like there's any universal value of human life. But people are killing each other left, right, and center just to take center stage in the world, just to survive. So there's no, the value is what you make of it as well. Nobody cares where you come from, who you are, and all that kind of stuff. You have to prepare to survive, to take the mantle of being the first person in this planet, to take the mantle of being the first in this planet to survive. Right now, most of us, we operate at an individual standpoint because that's what we have. We're powerless as a collective, so we are operating as individuals to secure and preserve ourselves, to find some form of value in ourselves. That's why we choose the individual route. That's why we struggle to even come and work as a collective, knowing that it's going to strengthen us. Do you understand? So, the point is that there is no universal value of human. There's no value of human life. Like, we human beings, I tell you, you put them all the way to the last, back them to a corner, they will do whatever it takes. You make the value yourself. I don't know if that translates, how that translates as well, but what I'm trying to say is we have to put the value in ourselves. We have to realize and find value in ourselves. Where that's going to come from, it leads into different things. Where are we going to find value in ourselves? Like, look at the African leaders. They don't value African lives. It seems like they don't value, because people are suffering day and every time, and they batty no eye about it. They live in the palaces and all that kind of stuff. They like modern day slave traders as well. So most African leaders don't value the life of an African.
And the thing about that is, because I was just thinking, we put more value in a thread than we do in a person, in a human being. That GUICCI on a belt, purse, whatever it is, has more value than a young child, than a woman, than a boy, than a man. We have to change that. A thread is nothing but nowadays not even cotton. So it's destructible. It's not going to last forever. But that person can live into infinity by generation and generation and regeneration. So we have to change our mindset and says, yeah, that's a nice person, I like it and whatever, but but it's not more valuable than my husband, my wife, my child, my aunt, my neighbor, etc., etc., etc. Once we start changing that mindset, because again, the leaders, the old look, they live a comfortable, they lush life. Very few change their thought processes. So we are dependent upon the youth to start taking that shift. And those who may be a bit older, who still have enough willingness to change, to start making those moves and moving and looking at things for what it is. It's just a door, it's just a purse, it's just a ring, it's just a pair of shoes. It's not more valuable than a person.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying is that everything is getting commodified to the point that even relationships are getting commodified, right? Like, I feel like maybe, I don't know. I feel like when you talk to somebody these days, I think somebody has already said it here, that when you talk to someone, you're looking at their value to you, right? Like, how do they add value to, maybe, I don't know, just how you can climb up from them or something. And
No.
such,
I'm just, if you look at everything and the media and all, if you look at, they'll say Gucci, Cadillac, Birkin. People have a reaction when they hear these things. They think, oh, this is wonderful, this is nice, this is high value. If I get this, it will elevate me. But when you mention people, we don't have those same reactions. When you just talk about my child, my grandmother, my neighbor, they're doing this, they're accomplishing that. You should have an even higher esteem for that versus things. What's the problem with the way things are nowadays? We value things more than anything. So now we're going into this metaverse and creating our own little imaginary world just filled of things. So that's going to disconnect us from people even more. So we're completely disconnected because I could look at that GUICCI bag and think that that's worth more than a human being sitting right next to me. So you can see that the grandmother is struggling with her groceries, but you don't think about, oh, maybe I should go run over there and help her out. She looks like she's having a hard time. People are not connecting, like that anymore.
Why is that? Okay, you've talked about valuing of things, but I was actually saying that what about your status, like your status as is maybe your work, your occupation, or some what you do? Does that also like play away in how the world treats you, right? Like especially the modern
Well,
world.
I think it was more like that in the past in America, but now we've being in America is a whole nother situation. But in the past, people were like, a friend of mine will say, "Oh, I only talk to people who have their college degrees. If they don't have their college degrees or in college, I don't talk to them." I'm like, what does that mean? Now it's gone down to I'm only going to be with a person if they have this or they have that. If they got the right shoes, they got the right look, then they have value. So that means you went from someone's occupation now down to just what they physically have on them. So I'm trying to figure out how much lower it's gonna go next.
I feel that this in every
Yeah, like
society.
this is, I believe, through the knowledge that we acquired, to be honest, because everything is like a reputation, like literally what's casting a spell on somebody's like repeating something on it, right? So if you watch and your media access shows you Gucci, Louis every day, consciously or subconsciously, you're gonna go and pick up a Gucci bag, a Louis jacket, anything that's based on that. But
And you associate everything that's great and fine and smiling and look at all the great things they're doing to these little items
yeah,
versus
like let me give you like a best example that I acquired like a little bit earlier. Like a human being, there was this lady. Uh, she she looks good. She's a beautiful woman. She wakes up, gets dressed, and when she was going to her work, she looked fine. And everybody around her village said, "Damn, you look good today," and this and that. Her family, her friends, or people in the street. And then when she reached work, she felt confident. When she reached work, everybody was on their computer, and she was like sitting down. And after 10 minutes, she was like getting depressed, and like she was saying, "What's today? It's not good. What's up?" And she didn't feel the energy that she acquired earlier. Like the same thing like with planets. Like on the last planet is the closest one to the sun, but the one that's warmer is the next one. That's because the eighth planet. That's because the atmosphere is what's it called, closed inside the planet. Even if the other one was closer to the sun, the second closer has more heat because the heat is immersed inside of them. And we don't have that right now as humans. Like the girl I was giving as an example, the energy wasn't, she didn't believe from inside of her that she was beautiful. She just felt that energy from outsiders. So when everybody of the outsider, when she reached work, didn't feel this, didn't look her at the same and didn't comment her, she felt depressed. We're at that state of energy right now in the world, and
yeah.
like a few part of it have that internal energy fired up through different things, like it's called self-confidence, self-belief,
Just
uh
self
but-
love.
yeah, self-love, yeah,
So,
simple as
so
that.
it seems like we've addressed the issue why some of our it seems like I find the issue why some of our leaders are more more individualist. You find out the reasons why, because it's comfortable for them. It's where they are comfortable at to deal with the whole situation that we are, because they cannot cope as well. So they're comfortable in finding this. Can these people ever extend some of what value they put in themselves? Can they even extend it to the rest of other black peoples and Africa as well? Can they ever get to that point? So but to me, what we
Yeah,
address is just that.
but mother, I have a question for you about the leaders. Who makes a good type of leader? A sensitive leader or a desensitized leader?
A sensitive leader or desensitized leader. You don't want a desensitized leader. I'm telling you, you don't want a desensitized leader. You want a leader that is sensitive, that feels for their people, feels pride for their people. I think I would go with a sensitive leader than a desensitized leader. I know in making decisions and all that kind of stuff, but no, if you're making the right decisions, you will definitely feel. You want somebody that's more moved by the feelings of the people and sensibilities, rather than somebody that's just making a logical decision, because he could make that logical decision for his own individual life and not care. You will find martyrs only in sensitive leaders, people that are moved. Most of our leaders who died were people that felt for their people. You understand? But the desensitized one who live in a delusion, they just go about their lives and say, you know what, they will rationalize things to the point where, if I can't deal with the problem as its entirety, I may be able to deal with this sect of it, and maybe I'll be fine there. This is where rational people end up in. You need somebody that feels for the people. That's my opinion, basically.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I would like to add that society plays a big role, because I feel that you have that you asked where do we get morality from I feel that people in Africa, one proof that people are not just murderers like that is that, although in every society you have people that live on the edge or do anything to get ahead, but the fact that we have so many tribes in Africa, so many ethnic groups, so many languages, shows that we're not a group of barbaric people, which means that when people even had wars, they had the sense to say, okay, if you agree to pay me royalties or whatever it's called, I'll leave you alone to live your life, but you must keep paying so amount. So we have some kind of morality, which I think it is espoused and expanded by the societies we come from. But what we're looking at in the global system is they are looking at the worst human nature, the worst of human nature, and they want to, magnify that. And I think that is the problem with this globalization and Africa, because when you look at every African society, despite anything, when you go to the core of African society, there's morality, there's a sense of, regardless of tribalism, there's a sense of, there's that humanity. And I think that's what we should engender as we move
And
ahead.
don't ever lose that. Don't ever lose that, because otherwise you're gonna become America.
Mwenda Tezi. Right now, African people, the type of, if you build a system, a structure that's already functional and it's having continuity, then you may want to have a rational leader that's there to keep that system running. But sometimes you can see, just like in Britain here, the rich don't, what these people do, they don't care. You understand? They don't care about the people that much. Sometimes you do get a sensitive person and they kill him. They kill all those sensitive leaders that actually make a change. But those rational people, sometimes they maintain to keep the status quo going. Sometimes for good, sometimes for bad. You understand? But for Africa right now, we need more people that feel the sensitivities of the people. They feel what's happening with the people. We need more sensitive leaders as well. More people that are willing to die, unfortunately, although nobody's ready to die for anyone at the moment, because we've had enough of that already. So I don't know. I think the way we have to move forward is to build this collective idea of improving the continent, like not looking at the continent being last and at the bottom all the time. Black people being last at the bottom. We need to develop this idea. Yes, let's do this for the continent. Let's all work together to improve the state of the continent as well, so that it can reflect back, because we all live there. It can reflect positively on all of us, and it can reflect positively as if this is something that Africans have done in the planet as well. Nobody did it for them. Do you understand? So we need to have that. We need to have something that brings us all in common. And the one thing I say is that working together to improve that continent. So but in the process of doing that, we will have challenges from external forces. And if you put a rational leader, he's gonna rationalize things. He's gonna think with his head more than, which is sometimes it's a very hard thing. If he may rationalize himself to a position of delusion where he's comfortable. You understand? So it's like some of us here, not here, but what Black people do when they see these upheavals, we tend to intellectualize our own upheavals and pain. We tend to intellectualize it in a way to kind of psychologically cope with it. Do you understand what I mean? Like, we tend to think about it philosophically, as a coping mechanism, because if we connect with it emotionally, it's too much. It's too much.
Yeah.
Let me shoot in on that, and let me tell you something. If you guys already know, when we say the spirit, the soul, and the body, like you said, the mind is part of the body. Like, you observe through your sense organs and process and trying to make a rational decision. But the rationality comes from your heart. That's the second intelligent source of the human body. The third one is your kidney, which is called like the gut feeling. We all have that gut feeling. Like, I don't know, at this point, some of them don't have it because, like you raised on your point, they only try to make decisions on their brain because they think, let's say, if somebody's fighting at, let's say, the southern part of some country and the northern part doesn't have the information that's based on the mind, the leader might say, everything is good at the north part, so don't worry, and go on the media again and again and again. But his gut feeling is telling him, like, people are dying over there.
Yeah.
So, like,
we need
that's the emotion.
Leaders.
Yeah.
We need leaders that work on both the same frequency. They have the sensitivity for the people and are rational enough to make smart moves as well. I think most of the time the populace is usually slower than some leaders that are wise as well. So you can't, if we say just sensitivity, we don't want somebody that's just gonna go and just kill himself and die for nothing as well. We want somebody that is smart enough. Like, let's give you an example about something that happened recently. Rationally speaking, I understand Tunaja's point with the Mali situation, but understanding the sensibilities of the Malian people, I say that was the right move that these leaders did, and probably even Tunaja understands it as well, But he, from a rational point of view, is like, this thing can have reverberations in around the continent. You understand what I mean? And that's definitely dangerous. You understand what I mean? So you need both to be the center of a leader as well. Going the whole entire rational person devoid of any care for the people at all is not ideal.
Yeah, like what Mali did is, like, I swear, like, the biggest example for Africa, because here in Ethiopia we're facing the same thing but on a different basis, because we don't have, like, they're not based inside of us, they're based surrounding us. So if you guys heard, like, they already came to South Sudan, 40 kilometers in Ethiopia from the northwestern side. Northwestern side. So they're, like, at a huge conflict we're trying to figure it out to paperwork, to diplomacy, but it's not based on that, because there's a lot of issues, with the Renaissance Dam, and Egypt is kind of funding it, and so on and so on. But this is, see, we're a free country. Nobody has the right to base their military inside of us, but deliberately they're doing this because we're weakened at the internal war. At the same time, they're working on our education system. They're, like, opening this all these kinds of community schools and taking away our children. They're
So how
So
making
they can condition them to be
how do we make the lives of black people
against
or the
you.
life? How do we make the lives of
because
black
you
people? How do we make the lives of black people and Africans more expensive rather than cheap for almost anybody in the world to abuse? How do we make it more? I choose the words expensive because I want us. Because to me, it's not just material. I want us to look at it from a material. What is it that makes our lives?
What they do is they get the minds of the children,
Mhm.
and that's how all this literally probably why we're in the situation where we're at right now. You know, like me being in America and seeing it, you know, like someone mentioned earlier, they will see, you know, on the plantation how the mothers be raped, and so that's programming your kids. I don't want that to happen to me, so I'ma just go along with what they're saying. So in Africa, you seeing all these things that's conditioning the children, even though if they're not saying it verbally. I don't want to go against them because I'm going to be defeated, and the same thing that happened to, you know, all these other conflicts. So slowly they're getting their little foot soldiers in place. So because see, they don't think just short term; they think long term. So when they're ready to strike, they're gonna have, you know, it's gonna be. I mean, because it's happening over there in Africa. All these conflicts. Why is all these conflicts and war always on the continent?
I
What are
think
y'all fighting over?
for me personally, I've actually, from speaking to you guys here, I've come to a conclusion, but I'll say my conclusion later on once everybody has discussed. But I think I've come to a solid conclusion. I think I've came to this conclusion before, so it's just you go round and round and you end up in the same place, the same thought as well, because
Yep.
it's not really that complex. It's not really that complex. So
Oh yeah.
from speaking to you, I've come to a conclusion. I'll talk about it later while everybody unpacks this thing.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
Mikias, let's
Yeah.
AJ hasn't spoken for a couple
Okay. Yeah.
for a while, so let's allow him to put in some words. AJ, you there? Okay. Self science, how are you, my brother? What do you think about what people are saying right now?
I'm good, Tezi. I feel that we have to have two approaches. We have one of the approach I'm going to keep to myself because it might not be YouTube
Oh, I'm
worthy
here.
or something like that.
Yeah, say, this is a safe space.
Okay. One, we have to be very extreme because I've watched one of your live. I've watched one of your lives on replay, and I saw a comment Tanzan made, and it was saying that what was this guy's name? The guy who killed. Oh, okay, I'll come back to that. Zimmerman, the guy who killed the young African American guy.
Trayvon.
Yeah, the guy who killed Trayvon. Tanzan made a comment, said that guy is still walking about.
Yep.
This emboldens other people.
Mhm.
So we need an extreme. I don't know but we need an extreme to deal with certain things. Then we need to build in ourselves just general love and camaraderie and just fondness of each other. And it doesn't have to be, that kind of tight love, but just, like the other person, at least choose him over, that's just what I feel, And unfortunately, societies have to systems have to a lot to play in this because the thing that is creating self-hate in us are systems, powerful systems that unfortunately is very prevalent in African American society. Once I started to understand what they're going through, I began to appreciate the strength and that they have to have been able to go through these things for so long. I don't think many Africans would go through what African Americans have gone through for 400 years. Once you start to understand the depth and layers of what they are stacked up against, So, well, that's just it for me for now.
Can I submit this? Do you think knowing the truth? Do you think knowing the truth or knowing any better? Do you think when you know the truth, it builds in a kind of defiance nature in you against falsehood? Do you think when somebody knows the truth, and then there's been falsehood being preached everywhere, and do you think that person develops a need to fight the falsehood or fight back, or like a sense of defiance? Do you think naturally that happens?
Some may, but not all, because it's never going to be all. But it takes someone, you know.
Yeah, some people are courageous, but you must also understand that even where we are now, when I look at Miss Cressling and African American writers and even African writers who have been on this topic before we got here now, I tend to think of how lonely some of them will have felt when they look at all around them and see that Black people are not even awake in the slightest. So sometimes those who know the truth are so alone, and so we need to build systems around the ideas and the truth to bring more people to the fore, and
because I was going to submit
Yeah,
that.
let me jump in on that. To be honest, like you guys picked up a good topic because the truth is one, right? I think we all agree on that,
ultimately, yes.
right? I just want to know everybody's perspective.
I think ultimately, yes,
Ultimately, yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me tell you the truth that I believe, to be honest. This is my truth, and I believe because it's one. We don't come from the evolution sense. Do you guys agree? We're
Yeah,
human beings.
yeah.
So we need to pick up what history has given us from the starting of the human race on this earth. When did we learn how to kill each other? Have you ever asked that question?
Good question.
Who taught us to kill one another? Do you believe that was uh, literally given us by God in the sense
No,
of he making us through his image?
You're talking about
So
Cain.
yeah, so we were taught to kill one another, and I came across this amazing proof. Like uh, I'm a believer, but I've never was backed with knowledge, and like there's knowledge, by the way. You can find every answer you want for every question that you have. So you know what I came across earlier when I was watching this video? The first killer was Adam and Eve's kid, right? Like Kyle, if you guys know about the Bible. That's my reference.
right.
That's my reference. So he killed Abel. You know who taught him? He saw it through nature, through what was that called? This birds, this one race, this one strain of birds taught him through a spiritual form how to kill one another with a stone. He saw these two birds, one killing the other, and he was already jealous by his brother. But he never knew how to kill. He was just naturally jealous because jealousy is nature. Because if somebody, let's say, is a good painter and you love painting, you might be jealous of
Isn't that
people's.
the
But
Yeah,
story of
the thing is,
mankind?
like, jealousy and anger
yeah,
is
like
something that's fed.
yeah, that's
And
it. Like
the more you
jealousy
feed
is
it, the
nature,
more
to be
you're going
honest.
to,
Yeah,
So he was jealous, and the jealousy became anger, and then all of a sudden the
anger.
anger. So then you go down a dark hole. Sometimes you can't get
Mhm.
out of it.
You
So
know,
Yeah,
that's why
like
you
it's
stay away
funny.
from the darkness and have to go towards the light.
It's funny
that's it.
because
Mhm.
you say this is the history that's been passed down through time immemorial, through a time immemorial, and it seems like we human beings have followed that principle ever since that time, and we've continued to follow that principle. And those who came out from winning in that principle are the ones that continue their line. Abel is gone, Cain lives on. You understand what I mean? And he goes to procreate. So human beings have always followed this thing in order to move forward. You must, yes, it's jealousy. It is jealousy. Europeans came to Africa and saw the wealth in Africa, and they were jealous that Africans didn't have it. So they killed and enslaved and all that stuff to get it. And it's the same thing that human beings keep recycling in order to continue surviving to the next generation, in order to continue being the ones that inherit the planet. So what are we Africans going to do, understanding that?
Okay.
How are we going to
Yeah, like I believe after that, it's forgiveness in the sense of caring for human beings in general. But the forgiveness, as I said earlier, is for the humans because some of the humans are not actually humans. Like I said,
Mm.
this spirit came into Kyle's head and he wasn't human from that state on because he was possessed, like in the sense of his mind. He learned how to kill and he didn't go back from that. But luckily, some people can. Like I'm a human. I'm not perfect. I'm a missing piece without God's power. So, and some days when that missing piece is on me, the possessed mind may come in. And so we need to minimize those possessed mind creating images like as the media through the wars and the not helping things like the kid again on drugs and lust and this all kinds of things. When you minimize that, you actually staying away from this kind of stuff, and then you must intake the good side of life like socializing, learning from one another, reading, praying more and meditating this on, then you become more closer to God and you start forgiving.
Mm. Do you think
Then
ignorance contributes to human beings
yeah,
valuing lives
yeah,
less?
yeah, because I believe we've came a long way. I believe we're all adults over here, so we've came through a system that's shaped us to this day. But even if we come to a day that we will say, I've come a long way, but I came the wrong way. So most of us don't want to go back. We think we have to go back to our mother's wombs to become a new person, but we can become
I
a new
think,
person with a new brain, with a new heart, like
yeah.
cleaning the past and
I think
starting.
I think I think ignorance is also another part that contributes to us valuing life less because we don't know any better. We don't know the way the world is as well, how the world is structured. You understand?
Mhm,
We don't
mhm.
have a humanist philosophy. Sometimes like this Ethiopian guy has it, or we don't even understand the way the world works as well. So it's about knowing better because ignorance means you don't know any better. You don't know
But
any
Yeah,
better.
but
yeah, but
also ignorance
it was
ignorance
taken away
allows
from
us
us,
for
to be
not to be
honest.
accountable for our actions. I'm ignorant to what I've done, therefore I don't have to take any responsibility for what I've done because I was ignorant about what was going on. We rather just not, to me right now more than anything, man do not want to take responsibility for anything he done. Oh, it's my mother, she treated me bad when I was 3 years old and I was
Mm,
traumatized and that's why I'm now doing this. We
Mm.
mm,
gotta hold ourselves accountable.
Yes, yes,
yes,
yes.
we
There's the
will.
whole thing of accountability. But if you don't even know
That's
how
absolutely
to
true.
value
Yeah,
human
yeah,
life,
yeah,
or you
yeah. I
don't even
agree.
know the value of human life, and you're ignorant about that, of course you will treat it like it's insignificant as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think there's ignorance is a component to it. I need to think about that more completely as well and articulate
Yeah,
it better
let
as well.
me comment on BJ, and I think AJ is about to talk. Let me just
Yeah,
one
Oh,
sorry
second.
sorry,
about
AJ.
sorry.
Yeah, BJ, like you
No, no,
said,
no.
the example you gave up was like a 3-year-old kid being traumatized by his parents, but he's now probably an adult, so he understands what an adult goes through, and he or she, like you expressed, must understand the thing that, he could ask his parent what happened then that you guys willingly or unwillingly traumatized me, and probably they have a reason because a human being has a reason when he's doing anything, like because he's made in God's image, right? Like God has a reason for everything and an answer. So we must go through that answer and face our wrongs and from now on, leave it to the past because we can't go to the past. So, but moving forward, we must learn from that. I believe that's the missing piece. My
Absolutely.
AJ, add your
That's
comments.
absolutely really. Yeah, right. Yeah. Just to put it in perspective. So, from an individual level, like from myself, for example. There's like every individual faces two things. The first one is your individual experiences, your traumas, your upbringing, your experiences, your the things that you learned, your programming, your education, and everything. And then on the other side, you also have to deal with the collective, which is the overall trauma the society has went through, or as a nation, or as a, whatever. So those are two things that you have to clear up in order to get to the truth, because we're talking about the truth. Um, so, in order to get there, one has to ask questions, asking about the beliefs. So, what we ask is our beliefs. So, we have to be courageous enough to ask or question those beliefs. So, when you question those beliefs, then you are on a path to acquire a knowledge, and a knowledge once you acquire it, so the knowledge can be shared or researched or acquired, and so different ways. So once you have that knowledge, then you can fill the gap that was taken by belief. Now you have progressed. So maybe that belief was something that you've learned as a child, or from whatever you picked it up, but you were just living that, uh, thinking it's right. Uh, like go back 100 years, and you take your smartphone with you, and show someone that what you can do there. They'll think you're God, or some supernatural thing. Uh, that's because they don't have the knowledge about the device you have on your hand. So the same thing. So knowledge really. So once someone gets on that path, it starts to. I don't want to use the word exchange, but fill the gap that you have with belief, because belief is good. I'm not saying it's wrong, but you have to be able to ask all beliefs, even if you question your any could be religious or whatever things that you believe on. You have to be really pragmatic on how you approach life, and so being in that route is where people can get to an understanding of who you are as an individual, and then um, can move on beyond the social programming that has been installed upon, and making people fight one another without really looking into, or having the chance to look into themselves as to who they really are. So, and that's where you have a problem with tribalism and all that other thing that's going on, which imagine this is not an issue for others if they have traveled well, if they have come across other cultures. The same is true if you look at folks like living in the Western world and haven't really gone um, into the continent and witnessed how people are poor, and can the level of things that go around and how people survive, then they become more conscious of this mentality that 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 are acquired through these uh, subliminal message programming, advertisement, making you like a commodity based thinking. So movement of people being able to integrate one another really helps to bridge that gap. And once that happens, it becomes a habit for people to keep asking those questions, because now I have taken one step further. So it's empowering, really. I mean, it's so people don't have to go through some adversities to learn. People can share experiences, and really, when people are more knowledge based, it becomes easier to learn one another, or to teach one another, or from seeing things from a broader side of things. So you have a more broad perspective, and when that happens, and unifying Africans would be feasible and becomes a reality, so to speak. So I think that's my take on it in general. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, that's very interesting, my brother AJ. And Nikias, what do you have to say about that?
You covered everything that we over that was missing. To be honest, nothing was missing. Everybody had their own truth, and I believe that our collective truth was nice. And our motto should be: the truth is deserved for everybody. That's it. I just want to add that.
Oh, yeah. Actually, now I wanted to also add that I actually ask a question when it came to when you guys were talking about the mass shootings just all over the world. There is actually why is it always men? I've always been curious, just curious, like as men, why is it? Let me ask you, my brother, that why do you think it's men?
Why do men commit the most mass murders? It's a
Nah,
very interesting question, Mother Tezi. I never thought of that one as well. Not yet.
Yeah, I need to know that one too.
I haven't thought of that one yet. But as we go, maybe I might come to it.
Okay, I think I can help you with that. Uh, you have to look at the masculine and feminine, which, by the way, is resident in every human being. Um, and you can see it in even the sexual organs of the male and the female. The male is out there is like an arrow, like a sword. The female sexual organ is like a bow. So one is receptive and one is intrusive. So when we bring it down to the characteristics in human form, or in to earth, the masculine must be charging out, forceful, going out, while the feminine must be nurturing, receptive, and sweet in a certain sense. It has its own power, which sometimes is over that of the masculine, but that gives us a sense. And so when we look at the earliest times of human civilization, the men have to go to war, they have to do the hunting, while the women did very other useful things like take care of the children, gather the other things, even herbs, medicine, and berries and so forth that the men could not. But when it comes, and that is in the physiology.
So,
You
so
look at
are you saying when it comes to self-sabotage, men tend to charge out more and be more self-destructive to external environments and destroy everything around them, and women tend to be more they just they self-sabotage themselves, but internally as well, like they destroy themselves within. If you
Yeah, I
understand.
think I think women are manipulative to the point that they'll cause you to self sabotage yourself. So we don't have to pull a gun out. We just make it where you think, well, I need to use the gun on myself.
yeah,
Let my man finish this thought.
Ah,
Finish your thought, sir. Sorry.
yeah, women have their manipulative power. I think they have a greater power, because sometimes what men are doing, they are just at the end of it. They are being manipulated by the woman. However, that forceful action, going for things, destroying, cutting down stuff, is a very masculine, and we can find it in the
So how do
physiology.
women lash out then? How do women lash out against society like that?
Women lash out. I feel women lash out when it's gotten to an extreme, because they have a lot of. I feel women have a
But
lot
I
of.
mean, how do they lashing out? How does it exemplify themselves if it's not charging and destroying things? How do women
Women
lash out?
have, because their power is to manipulate stuff. They lash out by manipulating somebody to do that. Sometimes they carry the repression is, and I see this, and not a diss to Arab women, but I see this in a lot of Arab women. They take the repression that their society has given onto them and pass it to their sons. How that is done, I don't know. Then those sons go out and lash out. So women sometimes it's by proxy, they lash out through, you know, the family members, their husbands, and their sons, or they will destroy a man inside a small space like the home or something like that. They have their own ways too, but it's not as violent initially as men.
Okay. There's a thought. Okay, what about women? Because most of these people, they have psychological issues. Maybe they've been singled out in school. They've been bullied. They've been done that. Some women have experienced the same thing as well. They've experienced the same issues. But whenever men come to this point of view, they take it out. Which, anyways, I'm not gonna say much. But what about women? How is it that when they've experienced the same thing, what happens to them when they get to that point? We don't see them ending up shooting up everybody. Why is it that women don't end up going around? Because they have guns just as accessible. Why don't they do that?
I think a woman will be able to say that. I'll just keep the testosterone and the analogy I gave earlier as my strong point, but I think a woman can best, you know, represent themselves on this matter.
I think your contribution.
No, I mean, what the thing is, being a woman, we are the creative life, so we do not want to destroy what we create.
Yeah.
When we're looking at that child, we're looking at that's my baby. So we're looking at all humankind. That's my so it's extremely hard for us to get now. Some do, but get to the point that we would take a life, because it's like, you know, like they said, suicide is the hardest thing for anybody to do, because that means you're physically hurting yourself.
I find women do a lot
more.
Women,
so we're looking at that child as I'm destroying myself. So it's hard for us to go there unless we're at a very traumatized state that we lose our humanity.
Yeah,
and then maybe, but you know, again, no one talks about all of the mental stress and issues that pushes a person to that point that they would do that. Some is easier to do than others, but it's like, what causes someone to go and think that it's okay to just go in and just do all this and just destroy everything for no apparent reason? It's not like you're in battle and we're here to protect, you know, our civilization and our these are just isolated incidences where, you know, and then it took me a long time to see some people just like doing this. Some people just get, it's, you know, like I like cake. There's a piece of cookie. Just makes me feel really nice. Have a nice big slice of cake. They have the same sort of endorphins when they're shooting someone. And I'm like, wow, people could really just enjoy killing.
Yeah, but you know, okay, you've made like I think you've made 2 points there. The first point about women and not, I think men are leading in the suicides, right? I think men are also leading in suicide. So the point that maybe women value they cannot kill somebody because they value their life, then, you know, men are also leading in suicide. So it's like it's a very interesting point that even men.
But see, I think men have that capability where women don't, where you guys could disconnect completely from a situation. And because we're more, you know, emotional, it's hard for us to physically you know, I'm dating him, I like him, but he's doing me wrong, but I don't want nothing to happen to him. It's that conflict that, you know, I should, you know, throw him out the house because he's not doing right, but I don't want him to be homeless because where will he go? So we're constantly, and then 2 weeks later he's still sitting in the same house when you should have threw him out.
Is it a case that women also are more valuable? Women also are more valuable in society. So no matter what they go through, there will always be support allocated to them, or some guy will come and see value.
We don't get a lot of support.
hold on. Maybe some guy will come and see value in a woman and all that stuff. So there's a lot more value in women than there is men. A man, if you're useless in this world and you're really useless, so if you're really useless, there's no need for you. There's no need for you, and nobody's giving you support. You have to pull yourself by your boots. If it gets to that point, what do you do at the end of the day? Nobody wants. You know what? So what do? You end up lashing out. Women, you will always find somebody that one man that values you. So women are more valuable in a way, so they tend to recover from these things more than men.
That you make a great point, because this is something I've noticed living in the West. I see that many men are left by themselves. There's no, I think people like, okay, for example, I'll give you one personal example just to get my point across. When I first came to the West, I was with my brother, and I'd not seen my brother for years because he'd been here before me. So I was like, okay, let's drive me around. Let's go out together and be together. And he was hesitant to be alone with me, and this is something we had always done when I was back in Africa. So later I realized that there was a perception that we might be gay or something like this. So I was, but when we're in Africa, we slept on the same bed. We had friends all over. The four of us would just crash it on the same mattress, and so I think because of that culture, we have some camaraderie that kind of reduces certain stresses for at least back home for men. But here in the West, you're always on your own.
Yeah.
So I feel that also goes to prove your point too.
Yeah. Actually, now you made some very interesting revelations. I didn't know this. So because now we understand why it's just in this society where my sister BJ talks about the Gucci and the Louis V and all that. If all these things, if they're all put in the man, right? Because if a man, because there are men who cannot afford this stuff, and I always wonder what happens to those guys, because the guys who can't afford this stuff, they really do.
They don't procreate. They don't get to pass on.
I don't know. In America, that's not a problem. They've been procreating a bunch.
That's a different. Yes, America is quite different. It is. I wonder how it happens. It's interesting, but there is always a value in a man. There's always some type of value. If you don't have value in material possessions, you may have value in spiritual guidance. You may have value in your physical build. You may be young. There's always value. To be totally useless is you lacking anything that's desirable at all. So if you are undesirable, you don't get to procreate.
Yeah, but you see, this is the perspective. If you give now a man, because when a man this man, a lot of these men. Okay, let me give the example in Africa. I don't know if it's the same in the West, where men start from not from the bottom, but they do start from like nothing, and then they become then they work their way up and they become somebody of value or something. But now you see, the problem is this is the person who was not of value, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has received so much what is the word? Is it ridicule?
Yes.
When he's no longer of value? Ridicule.
Rejection.
Rejection, rejection. That he has become so desensitized, to the point that even when he is now maybe somebody, right? That he's now so desensitized, I don't know. What do you think about this?
Yes,
That-
and
I see how you're connecting that. Anyway, go on.
there's no camaraderie to kind of balance that. So if you live in an African society, once you have gone through, you have some people stressing you out or abusing you, putting you down. Then there are other group of people that say, man, don't worry about it. Let's go have dinner, or let's go drink or something. Let's just have it. And that kind of makes you feel at least valued by some people. Because I've seen in Africa, even disabled people, when we are playing soccer, some of them want to play, and you cannot tell them because he has one bad leg, he can't play. He will cut you out and almost fight with you because he feels he has a right. And then the society allows him that to exercise that right there. And so you are stronger than this guy, but the way it's coming at you, you just have to
that is so interesting. That's so interesting how different it is in Africa. it's interesting that how that is, that even somebody that what this society might consider to be utterly useless and all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff
Yeah.
has so much value that one female friend of mine sent me a video of a disabled person in his wedding day. He was walking, crawling to his wedding, and a perfectly fine built woman was marrying him. And you just look at that and say, how is it? It's only in Africa you will find something like that. That a woman will be willing to go for somebody that is that disabled. You understand what I mean? So it's interesting how that is. In a way,
I think these young shooters in America, I think they are totally outcast. America has a system, a way of outcasting people, and I've seen that. And it's not. I think that makes men just go crazy. You know,
there is a culture of Africans naturally. Has been our problem and has been our something of good to us. We've been a very inclusive people most of the time. We've not actually been exclusive. This society prides itself in exclusivism, where it's my exclusive right, it's my this, it's my private right, it's my private ownership, my land. Step away from land. You're not allowed to roam around my land. So there's that. You know, do you know what effect it has on a man when he cannot roam around? When a man cannot roam the land he's nearing because somebody says, "This is my land. You roam, I'll shoot you." You understand what I mean? That has a negative effect on a human being. Human beings should be free to wander this earth and all that stuff. That's why in the UK they have a right to roam, although you have to be careful still. There still be a right to roam. So what it is these cultures have practiced privatization, exclusivism to such an extent that everything has to belong in exclusive club. While Africans, they tend to be more inclusive, more welcoming, and all that stuff. And that welcomingness led us to our detriment. We welcomed foreigners and strangers, and they took advantage.
Yeah.
So, but there's a benefit.
I guess the problem with you guys is you trust the word, not the actions.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting,
Actually,
Tezi, that you also connected what you said, something like a person who was looked down upon suddenly becomes wealthy. But finish the latter. He suddenly becomes wealthy, but what happens to him? What did you say?
Yeah. I was talking about these people who become wealthy, but they were not always wealthy, right? Or they become not even wealthy, but they become acceptable. You know, acceptable in the society when they were not acceptable. So I don't know. I feel like these guys have been so desensitized that they can actually be very cruel. I don't know. I feel like I sense that they can, as they sense because of what they were treated when they were, they can actually turn out to be very cruel people. And that thing about the men, this thing about men being, it's all about men in Africa and men in the West. Is it that I think it may go back to the point. I don't know if it's a point. Maybe you guys can disagree with me, but when the commodification of relationships, like I was talking about, like you see a man who you just said a man who maybe has a disability is more like in Africa is more likely to be accepted in Africa, but in the West, I don't know, because of the commodification of relationships. Somebody sees this person and he says, there is little or value you can bring. In fact, let's leave alone disability. Look at the elderly. How are they treated in? So one of the saddest things I've ever seen in the West is how the elderly are treated. This I'm telling you, it's the commodification of relationships that even now people look at relationships in terms of benefits, that we can't be hanging around even the elderly. When in Africa, elderly are treated well, way better, because they are surrounded, they're actually given, everybody wants their blessings, everybody, they usually kept they usually go to the village or in the ancestral lands. So as Africans, we have to make that trip almost yearly, or even more than twice a year, or biannually or something. But people always have to go to the ancestral lands, and everybody wants, it's just, and
it's
even
it's a means of growth, isn't it, Tezi? It's a means of growth. You understand what I mean? When somebody commodifies someone or commodifies human value, human life, it's because you are a commodity I'm going to add to myself to grow. You understand me? You're a commodity that I'm supposed to incorporate in myself. Some value you have, I'm going to take to add myself to grow as well. It's always about growth. And when the governments have chartered such a means of growth, sometimes and they chartered such a means and such a culture in the country, it seeps into the society. You know, so the elderly, they grow old, they've done their service, they work for the nation to help the nation grow and all that stuff. Now they are useless, they've done so, now they are taking too much from the society. So what we're going to do, we're going to increase the retirement age to about almost 10 years before the expected time of death. So that means within that 10 years or probably 5 years, they will have 5 years less to live and they will die, and they wouldn't take away from the society or take away from the family. Do you understand what I mean? So it's a kind of a chartered culture of growth in a way, not to, as you grow older and you become useless, you don't affect the society in your older age. It's very, very cruel and mean, but it's what they do.
Yeah, and the biggest problem is, and I did not know the definition of what a narcissist was. I did not realize I was dating a narcissist for a long time, and then the realization is they were. In America, a lot of people are narcissists, and it's all about what I want and what I feel, and that's more important than anything and anybody and whatever. Like I broke a nail, all the world should stop, but my arm is cut and it's dangling off the side. No, that doesn't mean anything. I broke my nail. So we have a lot of selfish, self-centered people, and our society glorifies that behavior and thinks it's good because it's not about the collective whole. It's about what I feel and what I want and what I think. And because other people see this behavior as being glorified, then they start acting like that. So there's no sense of community. There's no value in the elderly. There's no value in the children, because what are you producing? And then basically, if you think about what they're producing, it's all about what money do you have that I can profit off of and get out of your pocket, because it's all about that exchange. America is about exchange. It's all about everything you do has to generate wealth for somebody or something. And therefore, why you got a lot of people feeling, like all of a sudden the suicide rate here is going up, is because when you live in a world that's only about self, you have no foundation. If you don't care about another person or care about the people in your neighbor or care about the community, that grounds you. Narcissistic people are not grounded on anything. My only value is what I can buy. My only value is what I have. What happens when you have none of that? What happens when you're sitting at home and you're depressed because really you're depressed because nobody cares about you? You feel like because you don't care about nobody else. How is somebody supposed to care about you when you don't care about nothing but yourself? And so they run through that conflict trying to ground themselves on air. And you can't ground yourself on air. Air has no foundation.
Yeah, you've spoken truth. Actually, my brother WT is talking about capitalism. Yeah, I think
One thing I have to say about capitalism that I said to one of my colleagues recently is that it leads to the singularity of humankind. It leads to the singularity. I'm gonna go on a long babble here, or not too long. I'm gonna try to concise it as well. Is that human capitalism? It's about private. It's about growth and private. Yes, I respect it in terms of allowing for growth, where sometimes you find government and bureaucracy is having problems. And you understand, you need some people to inject, but at the same time, it's about profit. And because it's about profit, human beings are willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that they win and profit from everything. So let's say in a world of competition, that's what capitalism enables. So human beings, here we are human beings as well. We all have our roles. Now our roles have become automated. Our roles have become automated, and then everybody now a lot of human beings, there's no need for them in society anymore. They're useless anymore because machines are doing their job. You understand? Machines are doing their job. Now, even the process of building those machines have now become automated. Programmers have now become automated. The machines are getting more and more intelligent as well. So because of competition, these companies and organizations and countries will compete with each other to a certain extent that it will lead to only one company being the most dominant in the entire universe. One company or a few companies competing, becoming dominant. Because if you can automate your processes, you don't have to pay and you don't need other people. You understand me? So now you can only imagine you're the only person there with the biggest company in the universe, and you're the king of the universe now, and everything around you is machines doing the job for you. You have basically gotten rid of all useless human beings. And then those machines you've refined to that level will overturn and kill you instead and get rid of you.
Yep, because then you won't be used to anything either. So eventually you're getting rid of your own self in a process of variance.
Leads ultimately in the extreme leads to singularity. Yes,
yeah, I think you've made it very this point you've just laid out here, that this is my very reason for being Pan-African, because once these few companies control, because I've come to this conclusion you are making some years back when I watched a documentary about Nestle, the owners of Nestle, or some high-ranking officer in Nestle, who was talking about privatizing water. In other words, they were trying to say you were not going to, if their plan went ahead, you would not be able to own the river or use the river or get water from the sea. You must always get your water from Nestle. And then I just lost it. I lost it. This stuff you are saying is why we should be Pan-African and build systems, or create our own world away from this madness, because we can't have you come now and you create just a small group of a hegemony and then you own the whole world. For what? We can't allow this. And that is why at the end of the day, if we need to go to extremes, we have to go to extremes to make sure that we are not part of this stuff that is creeping in. Today they'll bring something, maybe LGBT. Tomorrow they'll bring some abortion. Whatever they do, they come in gradually, stealing 1 inch every time until they get to own everything on the continent as well.
Yeah, like my brother, Kingsman. Anybody?
Yeah.
I recommend you guys watch it, because like they even think their agendas. We're getting entertained by the fancy clothes and the fancy moves and the fancy cars, but they're literally telling us what they're gonna do. If you watch Kingsman, there's this. By the way, they always put the bad guy on a black character. Technically, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was probably gonna be Bill Gates. That's the sample of Samuel L. Jackson on the movie. You know what he does? He collects the rich people, the politicians, the influential people on an island, and he tells them that we're gonna be the ones that are gonna live, and we need to depopulate the population. So he gives out the SIM card to everybody, scamming them through different perspectives. And you know what he does? Kingsman.
Is it?
Okay.
Yeah, Kingsman coded like
watch it.
on. You know what they do? They give out SIM cards to everybody, and that SIM card has like a frequency that will disrupt the human brain. And the main actor is like the savior. He's white, and he's gonna save the people, and so on and so on. And at the end, they were eating dinner, the special dinner, and they pushed the button. Everybody with that SIM card in the world started fighting against each other. There was this scene on a beach when the SIM card was turned on. Everybody's fighting, and then the main character reached out to the Samuel L. Jackson, and he was fighting against him, and he put his finger off of the button, and then the people were back to their human consciousness, and then again he was holding it, and they were fighting again. Like even the main characters. Oh, I shouldn't spoil the movie, man.
No, but I mean, technically, the movie is played out every day when you just wake up and look out your front door.
Yeah, like that's what I was just saying. Like, so we need to fight it by being like the humanist form that we can. And to be honest, like I said at the start of the show, somebody raised a topic about the music part, like the music and has a
They got the
frequency.
808 beat.
Yeah. Let me tell you, that's the bad music, right? There's also
No, it's the frequency. It's like the
yeah, the
frequency.
frequency. I mean the frequency, yeah.
And if
So
it's
there's
something bad is put on that frequency, we'll start acting it out. If something good is on that frequency, you know how like you got certain music and comes on and it relaxes you. So what's
yeah.
going on now? They keep putting all this. You know, you got your gangster rap, you got all this other kind of music that's
So
put on
yeah,
that frequency.
yeah. So let me tell you that there's a you like that's the one of the mastering of opening up the human sense. Like there's this like in our country in Ethiopia, if you notice, like our churches have they preach with goods. You know what that's called? Like it's called the angels language, and it has its own frequency of a music type that unlocks that spiritual sense of you. And I can't even express it through words, to be honest. And in the music too, like Ethiopian music, that jazz. If you guys know the king of jazz, they have uh, uh, Dr. Mulatu Astatke. Search it out, the African jazz king. Like it has its sense. Like it gives you peace at the same time. You're relaxing at the same time. You're feeling the words and stuff like that. Like if you know it, the language, and it's damn like you. I just recommend because we are English speakers right here. I don't even know Giz, to be honest. I just know the background, like the thing that I'm following. I just want to know the highlight. It's really hard, but it's achievable for anybody. Just willingness. But check out the African Jazz King. Like
Okay, definitely will.
like they speak English, fluent English. Their instrument is amazing, and we need to spread that frequency. Simple as that. Like it starts from us. Like Mika said, be the change that you want to see in Africa, right? Be the change Africa needs. So we need our frequency to change first, personally, because it's not human frequency that we're experiencing right now. That's the problem.
No.
Yeah. So those human frequencies comes from the right sources. So I believe it's not all over here. To be honest, I'm not like trying to bound you to only the Ethiopian vibes, but I'm just sharing you that perspective. So do your research, like be open. I'm willing to be open at the same time while praying I don't fall into bad stuff, and I believe God won't let that. That's why everybody should experience the thing, and then at the end of the day you'll pick which hits you right. I think that's how music goes too. Like you listen to a lot of music, and at the end of the day, oh, this music is the bomb, so you like delete the other ones and follow those trends. So just try to like spread it through your colleagues, family, friends. It starts then, like this platform. I never thought that I would make this much of friends around the world. To be honest, like in this short period of time, but it just happened. So, and that energy that we have of thinking of one Africa is the main thing. So,
Exactly. That collective initiative is what we need to build as well. I come at it from a point of view where Africans must realize we have failed this continent, and we have failed the continent. It's not about being black or white or Moroccan or this. It's that all of us in this continent, there seems to be the continent is derided upon. It's looked badly upon. The home we all live in is like at the bottom of the list in the entire planet. So that could bring us together, as we share the same history in the continent, could bring us together to build this initiative. Let's build up this continent, like something like that, something that gives pride to people, something that gives initiative, a collective movement, and it encompass all that it will take to make the continent rise. That's where
So you guys, what you got to do is put yourself on the top of your list, even if you're on the bottom of everybody else's. See, the problem is if they say you're on the bottom, then if you think you're on the bottom, then there's a problem.
But
you got to define your own,
But
standards.
what I'm saying is, what is because the problem at the end of the day, why don't we value each other? It's because there's something that we don't have commonalities with each other. We actually, although we live in the continent, our people are not aware of how much we have in common. We're not much of how much we have in common. We sometimes don't share the same common philosophy. So where is a common philosophy that we can have to connect us together? Because when people have a common philosophy, sometimes they tend to feel for each other. Then they now feel sensitive about each other. Because, like, for example, like I say, Muslim people all over the world, they are not the same race, but they feel for each other whenever something's happening around the world. Same for Christians is the same thing as well. We feel the same when we have commonality. And the other issue is that we, because we have not developed the continent, there is no pride. We are poor. We don't have pride in ourselves because poor people are not going to find pride in themselves. If I see another poor man and all that, say, it's very hard to find something positive and say, you are great, man, and all that kind of stuff. Hold on, BJ, hold on. To say, okay, you are great, my man, you are this. It's very hard for poor people to do that. And the other thing is that because we are poor, we cannot secure ourselves. And because we cannot secure ourselves, there's a price tag on the lives of Africans as well. And some people, individuals, end up living in a delusion and say, you know what, it's not happening to me, so I don't care. You understand what I mean? I'm just going to go. So it all connects to us having a collective initiative to strengthen ourselves, strengthen the continent, beautify ourselves, so that we can get off from poverty, so that we can secure ourselves. And that way, your price tag will rise, and your life will not be cheap. It will become expensive in the world. You understand? So this connects to all of that.
Oh yes, absolutely. And the thing is that me being over in the great land of America, like, we had the projects, and what people don't realize about the projects in most of the cities that were created back in the 40s were supposed to be used for when the military came back. They were supposed to be housed there, and then when they came back, they looked at the projects and said, "Oh, we don't want to be in this because it reminds us of the barracks." So then they started building other housing. So when the people moved into the projects, because they redeveloped the areas that the Black folks lived in, the houses were substandard, they moved in. So in both of those instances, those same people still have pride because they had their own businesses, they had their families, they had their churches, they had all this around it. So they had that pride for themselves. So that's why I was like, you have to decolonize your mind and stop thinking his ice water is colder than mine because it's his.
But
once you start loving yourself enough to say, hey, we can do better. But see, we a lot of times we handicap ourselves before we even start to try.
But you see, that all is a process of weaning yourself away from ignorance, weaning yourself away from stupidity, ignorance, and becoming better and knowing better, becoming a better person. How do you know better? By becoming aware. How do you know? Becoming aware of relevant news, relevant information, the good education that people talk about, the good education that you need, the good education that will set you to be a human being that's not fit to be a slave. The good
but we also have to recognize that we're all in doing that, and while doing that, those entities that has a system set up to go the way it is going to constantly try to keep you programmed as a slave and keep you asleep. So you have to fight against that as well.
We must be sensitive to the desensitizer. We must be sensitive to that. We must be aware of that. We must not be ignorant of that. So that's why we need to educate. So that's why, because our schooling system, our sources of media and information is dominated to constantly keep us in ignorance and insensitivity, we must now chart a new way forward in which we educate our people. Education, no matter what form of education, some people can bring it in different way. They can bring science, they can bring religious, spiritual education, no matter what. It's something that will give a human being value, something that they can see, they can do, and something that gives them some form of fulfillment they can do. All these forms of education, we must now take it away from the governments that are stopping that and now give it to people online. Anybody that specializes in anything, share your knowledge, pass your knowledge to the next generation. You understand? Whatever you can do to whatever capacity, share it on board as well. Educate somebody, teach somebody, impart something. Share your knowledge about who you are, your people, what your people have in common about another people. All that is a form of weaning yourself from ignorance. And that is the truth. That becomes the truth. And when that becomes your truth, you kind of develop a defiance as well. Sometimes the only reason you are alone when you know the truth is because everybody else is ignorant. So you end up being alone. But if everybody now starts to become aware and is not ignorant anymore, you will feel the strength because you're now with your whole people, and your people will become more defiant that way. And that defiance is what we need. That's why there's a reason why the obedience was taught to African Christians. It was brought to Africans to teach us, you must, slaves more obey your masters, slaves will do it. They emphasized that message more. They slapped the other cheek rather than the message where you must stand for your right as a human being, where you must stand for your pride as a human being. They didn't emphasize that message. You understand? So that's where Africans need to be at as well, to find value. We need to wean ourselves from ignorance. We need to find value in ourselves and even extend into other human beings, you know? But I stopped my rant there.
No, it's great stuff you're talking about, because I first want to go quickly hit one point you said about Africans feeling less when, we have to look at, we're doing fine. First of all, we are the oldest race.
Hello, people.
Hello.
Hello, I
didn't think I had enough data, but
welcome.
I wanted to jump in and say, the frequency is great. You feel me? On this conversation, I love the frequency. You feel me?
You're welcome, bro.
But we have to emphasize on changing the future generation. What I mean is emphasize on redirecting education or adding the teachings of history on an intense level in the education system. Why I say that it is tangible. It is something that each one of us or we together can touch and find ways, because we're smart people, we can find ways to make it subtle or make it rigid. You feel me? We can make it forceful or make it subtle, as I said. So, but that should be like number one. No bars. No. Put on their blinkers, like nobody gonna distract us off this type of, because what we need is less stupid people and more conscious and aware people, right?
Yes.
Because we are lonely. You feel me? Hear the thunder roll? Because we are lonely. When I say lonely, I mean like people should be, this chat should be just running, and super chats should be just jumping off $100 and $200, like the gay channels. You understand what I'm saying? You feel me? So
it should, but anytime you're
hold on.
going against,
Wait,
yeah.
Empress. Wait, Empress. So we don't care about people. But what I'm trying to say that is we have a little bit of heads. You see me? And the mission is not going to be won unless we conquer those heads and bring them on our team. Okay, so I suggest avoid the old tarnished people. Avoid the old soiled people. This affliction and confusion that was set on us didn't happen in 1 year. It happened through generations, and everybody can see that this shit not gonna change just like by the snap of a finger. Everybody can see that if you smart. You see me? So what I'm saying is we should develop our teams. We have 20 years, we have 15 years, we have 10 years. You feel me? We have 5 years to develop what you call it, African consciousness out of graduates. Like in the next 5 years, once someone goes from primary school to secondary school, right there we could start hitting them from the 7th grade and with black consciousness up to 11th grade. So now you have a black conscious student graduating. You feel me? So and then you have all those graduates, you say 15,000 graduate black conscious. You feel me? So our argument, when I say that is we need to corral these goddamn what you call it ministries of education. You feel me? You see what we're doing is we bypassing. You have to. That's why I'm telling you, these people are so strategic, so we have to also be strategic. You feel me? It's like this. Why people spending so much money on advertisement? Because what you hear counts, what you see counts more than a lot of stuff. You feel me? So we have to find a way to take care of. That's why they put in stupid stuff in books. So we have to find a way to eliminate white books and start propagating black books. You feel me? Like Marcus Garvey, John Henry Clark, Amos Wilson. Those people who can give us a collective thought. You feel me?
Fire. Let's take one thing. You're a mechanic, isn't it? I can fire, right? Yeah.
I'm all type of things. Right. I'm a singer. I'm a mechanic. Yes. Go ahead.
So if you found a kid that had no direction in life, right? A kid that had no direction in life, had nothing going on for him, and he's probably gonna likely end up being a gangster and getting shot in the street and dying. If you found a kid like that and you were to impart your skills and knowledge into that kid, you are freeing that kid from potentially being a slave, because now he has something to add into society. He has value, something he can trade. You understand what I mean? That is doing something. If that kid had nothing, that kid can be taken away by the wind for anything, and he's gonna end up making choices that people make when they've been backed into a corner. So this is
get to the point.
This is what it means to add value, to educate people, to give them something, an awareness that will free them. Something we can do.
No. All right, hold on.
And then something we can do as a collective.
Hold on, God. I understand. You like to question things, but this is. You have to think grown, and you have to really understand certain things. It's like this. Okay, you saying that. So I heard you said earlier that people, Africa's finances should go. It's like this. People getting rich is not the problem. The reason you not rich is because you're not black conscious. The reason you hungry is because you're not black conscious. The reason why your children dirty is because you're not black conscious. You feel me? So a lot of people be looking at these problems and seeing, oh, problems. What the hell is the solution? It's like this. Tezi was saying, how do we look at ourselves? What do we permit? What are our standards towards blackness? That's what I'm saying. We have no standards towards blackness. We permit beggars in our neighborhood. We turn people into beggars. No, we turn black people into beggars. So I don't like to speak broadly because a lot of people don't get it. You feel me? We turn black people into beggars. We are our own little, because of our colonization trauma, you feel me, in which a lot of people is using it. Listen, a lot of us don't want to call ourselves black because wait, a lot of us don't want to call ourselves black because the way we treat each other. Hold on. The way we treat each other. So getting rich is not our issue. Treating each other with royal standard is our issue. Like, don't make no broken bench for our people. Don't make no goddamn sideways shit or no fucking stairs that's not even for our people. Like, it is not, should not be permitted. You feel me? That type of shit.
So
Don't give us no
Campfire,
riff.
how do we get our people to value each other? That's one of our biggest problems. We don't value each other.
Yeah, so that's the root of it that I'm trying to say to you. Like, teach 5th graders that black is the best. Teach 5th graders that black people created mathematics, writing.
If you taught a kid, hold on. If you taught a kid all that black is the best and everything, and yet that kid is not seeing any results from what
have you ever done it? Have you ever done it? The
yes,
fuck you talking about? Hey,
yes,
God, I'd like you to shut the fuck up when I'm speaking, because you need to have your own opinion and stop asking people about a bunch of questions. Do I come here and question nobody? I don't have no questions for nobody because I have my own opinion. Stop cutting me, bro. Let me speak. Hold on. Excuse me. You got. Hold on.
Come on, guys. We're having a conversation. Come on now.
I can't believe
but don't cut me and question me, bro.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up, you dickhead. Shut the fuck up, you bitch ass motherfucker. Shut the fuck up, I can fire. Shut the fuck up. Go fuck your mom. Go fuck your mom.
It's a conversation. We're just having a conversation. It's no reason to get heated about anything. It's different perspectives, and that's okay.
I can fire. You're an idiot, and you should not be debating me because
but
you're
the
an
thing
idiot.
is, I know this, bro. And he has some.
Guys. There's no need for
respect, man. Respect the channel, brothers.
Let's respect each other. We're talking about respecting African lives.
I respect everyone, right? But I want people to pay me respect.
I can't fire you. Disrupted me first, so I was hoping that you were eager to talk, and so let you clear your chest. But you can't come and derail.
I'm sorry.
We've been mature all this while. We've been enjoying each other's conversations.
Okay, but listen, big man. We know each other. It's not like we don't. We know each other. You see me? This is what I don't understand with people. People want to stray conversations about real stuff and bring it in frivolous stuff, especially God. No, I think he should just have his own opinion. Don't ask no questions because he's trying to mislead people. If you don't know nothing, I suggest you just shut up and listen. You feel me?
He asked you a question. You could have just addressed him, with maturity. And we speak about, having a regards for black people. It all starts here. If we can respect ourselves here, it will people are listening to us. It will affect.
Yeah, but we also should be non-tolerant to stupidness.
No, that has
Listen,
been here
of
and it has
course.
been providing us with strong points, insightful messages. All
Like
this
what
while.
he said, if Africa got rich, maybe violence would go and hatred would go. What
That
kind of
is
stupid
that.
person say
No,
something like that?
that's his opinion. If you disagree, you
Yeah, and
disagree
that is
and point out some.
and you should call it out. That's a stupid opinion.
No, but we don't
How
need to
much
go. We
how
don't
much
need to.
how much Oprah Winfrey is doing? How much
No, I can't fire. I just want to mention that you got to understand how much is Oprah Winfrey and these athletes are doing. You got to understand
how much black people how much where
puppets.
listen
Just
there
because
how
they
much
got money does not mean they are loyal to their people.
that's what I'm trying to
So
say.
again, the problem is
Hold
that
on,
if
Empress.
everybody's rich, they can do something. But it's like
Okay.
if you're rich, who are you aligned to? That's why I was come at.
Okay,
Who
Empress.
are you?
This
What
but
are you doing, and
Empress,
who's going to benefit
that's
from
the
it?
whole thing. That's
Because
the
money
whole thing.
and things don't
Look how
matter
much
if you're
rich
not
people
doing
in
things to
Africa.
enrich your people.
Hold on, that's the whole thing. Empress, just calm down, man. That's the whole
I
thing.
can't fire.
Rich
I'm not going
people
to
are
let you get.
immoral.
No, I'm not going to let you get away with this because you
Go
come
ahead.
in all the time and you are long-winded. But we want to respect each other. I think you owe that an apology.
I've been
for what you
outside
just-
listening everybody for hours.
Yeah, and we allowed you talk. So just someone disagreed with something, you know, that's wrong, man. I think you should.
Yeah, but don't go off. Don't go. Listen, let me tell you this. I'm not no perfect person. I'm just a man in the street.
No
I don't
one is.
come to you.
None
Listen,
of us are.
No
listen.
one
I
is. But we
listen.
respect each
I'm not
other's
coming to
opinions.
you like. Listen, I'm not coming to you like I'm no baby. And nobody should be no baby. The guy is forceful. I'm speaking and he chose to cut me and I'm supposed to stop.
But you
So
caught me when you came in, and I thought, well, you just came in, and I've been
you
here,
had
so
the
allow
choice.
you to.
Yeah,
No.
and you had the choice. If you said to me, "Hold on, I can fire," I hold on. You had that choice.
Yeah, but
Why don't I
you
have the
also
choice to tell him? No, why don't I have the choice to tell him? Quiet down, let me speak.
you have the
I don't
choice
want
to
to answer no
disagree with him,
question from him
but you abuse him.
because he's crazy.
You didn't just attack
Listen,
his idea. You attacked his personality, and that's just wrong.
I don't attack his personality. I asked him to have his own opinion. Stop questioning me. He's not. Tezi is the moderator, and he's questioning me like he moderating me.
But
That on every program.
this is a place for learning. We can ask each other. We throw questions, even difficult questions. If we can't ask ourselves difficult questions and be civilized here, where else can we do that?
I'm questionable. If you ask real stuff and if you're a real person, if you kind of nuts as you come in every program opposing consciousness, you see me?
But
I don't want to speak to you.
we've been here for 3 hours and we've been going back and forth, 6 people, and we have been cautious with each other because we understand that each person has something deep they want to get
And
off
what's
their
the
chest, and we
verdict?
can learn from it. But
And what's the verdict? Are we going to go around in circles? What's the verdict?
Well, okay. I just wanted
That's
to let
the whole
you.
thing about conversation. We supposed to find out what's the issue and then have a verdict and see what we can do about it.
I've let you know how I feel, and it's okay for me. But I think you owe that an
Listen,
apology.
you're a man, and you said what you said. I have nothing to say about your opposition. I think you're okay around that. You feel me? You're all right. But I'm a man too, and I'm not backing down on being no goddamn man. You feel me? I didn't totally disrespect nobody, but if I say quiet down and let me speak, quiet down and let me speak. Why are you being forceful? You feel me? And if you being forceful, why should I not be forceful? You feel me? That's how I see things. And that's how Africa should see things too. When people shoving things down your throat, say stop and shut the fuck up too. You feel me? Instead of being babies, talking about you diplomatic and all that shit, when people eating out your food and leaving your women to be hoes. You feel me? Everybody, we want to talk. We want to talk gentle and nice.
Do you feel you have all the
of that.
answers? I Can Fire. Do you feel that I Can Fire have all the answers here? If you have all the answers, then I'm going to just keep quiet and you can go on and keep talking.
Of course, I have a lot of answers.
No, do you have all the answers? Because that's
For
how
what?
you keep talking. You keep talking,
For what?
talking, and you don't want people to talk. You don't want people
No,
to
do
ask
I have
questions.
all the answers for what?
Okay, we'll just listen to you and see. Keep talking then.
Okay, guys. Okay. I think
Sound
this stream.
annoyed.
No. I can fire, my brother. I think we've really exhausted this topic, this fight, despite the unfortunate ending over there, man. I can fire, bro. I think
Let me tell
we
you.
should always
I
respect
know
this.
you.
I think
Let
we
me
should
tell
also
you. I
mind
know
our
y'all
language.
feel some type of way about your brother. See me, but I'm your brother too. You feel me? Don't come act like I'm no goddamn outsider. You gotta respect my views also. You feel me?
Okay. I don't want to get into an argument, my brother. You've spoken, but
I'm not
please next
talking to you,
time.
Tezi.
Yeah. Okay. Let me speak. Next time, my brother, please also respect everybody and respect the stream. Mind your language, because this is, you don't know, lots of people are watching this stuff. Even guys will
Sorry
come and watch
about
it,
that.
and we don't need to shower them with unnecessarily slur words or something like that, or curse words. So yeah, guys, I think I'm just going to pray. I think I'll allow you guys to have maybe some final thoughts so that we can end this in a positive way. And I think it's been a very productive conversation. I think you're looking for the solution or something. You should replay the episode. We guys have really given out some very important and deep stuff. Actually, we've really
Let
gone
me
into.
just say something and go. Let me tell you. If you all training some men to be girls and only fight and men that only fight black people, you all finna lose. You feel me? And that's how I see people like God. Because every program that I go on and he's on it, he starts questioning me as if he's some crazy person. You feel me? I think men should mind their own business and be men and stop being girls acting like they what you call it gossiping. You see me? All these comedian people talking about their men need to disappear. You see me? All these comedians that white people producing in Africa need to stop. And in the black nation. You feel me? Let me tell you this. We need to focus on the education system in terms of who we gonna become, what they call it, BITCH, our men, our warriors. You feel me? Because it's a thread going on. We on a thread and we acting like, oh, we gonna be mad because this black man talking too rough and too tough and don't listen what he says anymore because how he says it is the problem. You feel me? I these things is not gonna count when some white people taking away your gold, taking away your uranium, taking away everything that's valuable to you. You feel me? So what we gonna do? What we gonna do, friend? Be diplomatic. That's how we gonna deal with friends. When does diplomacy go? Why are we supposed to be diplomatic with each other and hide? What you call it? Go around the truth. Right? We just dilly dally around the truth.
Tezi, are
And
you going
real
to
stuff.
allow this continue like this?
Well, I can fire. Let me I understand your point of view and your ideas are super good because I also believe in the black consciousness and even beyond that, like the human consciousness. So you're right. We need to work on the education.
Yeah,
Uh,
the guy with the
like
eye of Ra. on his
Yeah.
on his picture, you need to take the eye of Ra off because you're not seeing nothing.
And you are sure
Okay,
about
okay,
this?
okay, okay. Let's
Okay.
not
I
like
just
quiet, man.
want to say,
Don't
like,
antagonize more people, bro.
And you are
let
sure
me
about?
finish my idea. And you're right. At the end of the day, working on the education system is like building the next generation, right? Like the kids, as you stated before, from the
Yeah,
primary school to up. But first, we need
yeah,
to
because
identify
time
what
don't
we're
stop.
teaching.
We
But
seen we
first, we
seen
need
them
to
turning. Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
Let me finish my topic.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Once
sir.
I'm not gonna take that long. Uh, so we need to teach them first what's right and wrong, and as we are gonna be the next teachers, we need to know what's right and wrong before we teach it to anybody. Because in my personal view, I don't want nobody to suffer what I suffered through, even if it's the reality of life. But at the same time, I want to minimize the side effects. So
But
first, I need to
this
fix
my
my
pitch.
own problems, and I believe that comes by brotherlyhood. We're on in Africa. We're all on the Black consciousness movement. We're all on building and evaluating the next generation education, even more the human education,
But
because
my brother.
personally, my point of view is not only based on the Black people, because we've reached our oneness in Africa and the Black society, we need even to save the white people that are under the
Yes,
system,
of course,
because
I'm
we're
involved
fighting
with
the
that.
system, not the white people. Okay, you can go on. I just wanted to say that.
See, that's my pitch. Where my pitch is, we who is adults, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you notice very few of us are taking command of these types of conversation. You feel me? What that means is there are more stupid people that's grown, which is also practically beyond repair. The only way to repair them is through what you call it um dictatorship and capital punishment. You feel me? That's the only way to deal with big people. And if you don't want to go there, you have to take command of the ministries of education, where we might go to a few more idiots running the parliament, but at the end of the day, smart people gonna emerge. African conscious and Black conscious people gonna emerge to take these posts because nothing beats the young. You feel me? So that's why I'm trying to me me that you can say, oh, I'm a bad person. I talk stupid, I maybe talk stupid to God or something like that. You feel me? It's because of my previous knowledge about the guy. We going nowhere. That question ain't going nowhere. All right, ask me a question, DJ, or ask me a question, Tezi. I'm up for questioning, but like God, I know where He is, and He's not moving, and He gonna take some years. So right now, listen, you're gonna have to understand that some people you have to like ignore. You listen a few words from them and then you ignore them, because if you and then that's why we have to take a side. You feel me? You have to take a side. You Black conscious or you not? If you're not Black conscious, well, the Black conscious know you. So me, I'm Black conscious, and that's where I'm at. I don't have another side nor nothing. I'm not on the border with nobody nor nothing. I'm on Africa side, Black side. That's it. So if you not on that side, I know you, because how I am, you not, and you have to be like me to be Black conscious. That's how I see it. Are similar. You feel me? And if you not similar, if your words is not similar, I know you. I don't even have to see you. I don't have to see you. I don't have to do nothing. I know you, and I know what you're capable of too. You're a sellout. You swaying. It's like this. Let me tell you. A lot of people is depending on Africa's success to be on Africa's side. That's what you call it. What the European call when you go against the system. Treason. That's you a treasonous individual to be African and you not on African side when it's poor. You feel me? And these are the things that I oppose with some Negroes. When you hear them have this imbalanced attitude towards Africa. Feel me? Like you not in its totality. Personally, I think that African girls should start growing their dreads because it hurts to comb and you're supposed to look beautiful in school. You're not supposed to be this bald head little non-entity in goddamn school. You're supposed to have your afro or your dreadlocks in school, and there should be no discrimination, or else people get disrespected totally for that shit. So they should be reprimanded for disrespecting anybody's here in Africa. See me? You set of wretches don't like each other and like your own selves, and y'all lying. Y'all, most of you people, our people are what you call it.
I think you need to understand something.
Go ahead.
Everyone here has an ideology. I'm sure everyone thinks in a certain way, but there are also, for instance, when an African American is speaking, or a British person is speaking, or a Jamaican for that matter is speaking about certain things that they know personally, that they have experienced personally, then we have to listen to them. Even if it sounds strange to us, we have to listen to them because we have some understanding, day-to-day understanding. So I understand that you feel a certain way about Africa rising, but you should also understand that everybody on this panel, the Ethiopian, the Gambian brother, the
Yes.
Kenyan brother, and me as a Nigerian, when we speak, there is also a context and understanding that we come from, because we are also bringing our countries, what we know about our countries, into it. So therefore, when we ask questions, sometimes there is a reason for these things. So we're not just based on the ideology that we have some everyday contact with our people, that is why we ask questions in a certain way. So if you have the feeling, if you feel that Africans were being slow, or we're being shady, or we docile, we're not. We're trained to look at many sides.
Listen, you don't understand. Africa is my people. Hold on, wait. Now get it. Now,
I'm almost done.
Don't speak it like that, man. Go ahead.
I'm almost done. We take a look at things from several perspectives before we decide, and that's why you feel that we're docile. We're not. I'm sure I'll tell you, some of us are more fiery than you are, but we will not bring it on this platform. That's just what I have to say.
All right, Mr. Nigeria, hold on. We all are docile. You feel me? Caribbean people and American people are also docile. So don't go around thinking that you're the only ones who's docile. You feel me? Chris, Sub-Saharan Africa and Caribbean and America is in the same condition. We all under the same colonizer. We all got colonized the same way. You feel me? The reason why Africans should listen to people like us in the diaspora is because we live around crackers. I mean, white people. We live around these people. We know how they think. Do you? Who
Yes.
you fighting?
Now I know.
Who you fighting? Them. So who should you listen? Any your brother? You feel me? And when we telling you something, just stop and listen. I mean, you don't have to take it, but stop and listen. You feel me? Because
I'll bet you I'm more unfriendly. I'm more unfriendly to crackers than you are, because you look at me, I feel I'm a docile African. You need to see my attitude with crackers.
No. Don't. I don't mean. I don't.
I'm sure
Listen,
as
as I said,
in your
all
line
of us
of job,
are.
your line of work, you have to meet with some people of other crackers, and you have to. I don't talk to crackers, and this is not because I can't. I worked where
All right. You know the
I
reason why I
communicated
speak
with
this
them
way.
every day, but I don't do that now.
All right, hold on.
I'm
Wait, outlaw.
I'm
Okay,
Hold
basically
on,
guys,
outlaw. Hold
guys.
on,
Okay,
outlaw.
let's not. Okay, the topic is desensitization of African life, right? To African life, or to African living, or something like that. So I think we are getting away from the topic, and I would like actually guys to give me your final thoughts, because I didn't want us to go past 4 hours. So.
Okay.
So let's start with the Icon Fire, because you're the most controversial, my man. So just my brother, please, today you have the way you have entered and gone with that drama. I don't think that was okay, my brother. So hopefully, my next time, please, let's not antagonize people who have come to, who are guests on this panel here, and turn them into targets or something like that.
I
Thank
ain't
you,
turn
man.
nobody into no target, man. Listen, man. Well, he shouldn't have targeted me. You gonna get targeted if you target somebody, cause I know the guy. It's not like, oh God, it's somebody new. We know him. And
Okay,
I
okay, okay,
tolerate
okay.
him for a few times, and I know who he is. I don't want to speak to nobody that's not going nowhere. And we have a set of Africans who don't want to go nowhere. You feel me? And need to be upset. You feel me? Ain't nobody gonna be doing stupid stuff and feel like you at ease.
Okay, I
You
can
feel
find, I
me?
can find. Okay,
But
okay, okay,
sorry,
okay,
sorry.
okay.
Let me just finish at this, right? You feel me? Me, I don't like to see black people beg. I don't like to see black people poor. But I understand why you poor, and it's because of each one of us should be part of the solution and not part of the problem. So a lot of us have the problem, but not acknowledging that we also part of the same problem that's affecting us. You feel me? We have outlaw thing going on in our neighborhoods, and a lot of us support it, but we don't want that stuff to reach to our doors. You feel me? So my problem is, um there's a system that is making us immoral to each other. You feel me? And the same education going be, it's like take the doll test, right? Until that day when you put a white doll, I mean a 5-year old, 6-year old, 7-year old, when you put a white doll and a black doll in front of them, until the day that those kids, all of them choose black, then our problem is just begun. You see me? Until that day, we need to make sure that even by force, we need to make sure that goddamn 5-year-old choose the black doll, and that's where I'm at.
And I can't fire. The thing is, we have to begin to love ourselves. Too many of us hate, and understandably, because we live in a oppressed, colonized system that's constantly got its foot on our necks. But we have to fight that battle so we can look at that 3-year-old, 5-year-old, and say, "You're the most beautiful thing." And they know. My mama said it. I know that. I've
Of course.
known people who grew up in communities like that, and they have such high self-esteem and stuff, and they like there's nothing they can't do. But then at the
All
same
right.
time, I
And I
know
and I
those who
and I
have
want to
grown
ask.
up and they have all this self-hate. Once we start loving each other, and then knowing that we can work together, It's nothing we can't do.
And I want to ask the Ethiopian brother to do something, because I'm a Rasta man, and I'm gonna show you something. The Ethiopian brother, I want you to go to Shashamani, right? With a black doll and a white doll. And go test those Rasta people, children, and see if they tell you that if they choose any goddamn white doll, all of them gonna choose the black doll. You hear me? Right in Ethiopia there.
But I can't fire. That's
So I'm just
because
telling
you guys know
I'm
your
just telling
history
him
and have a love for each other. The problem with me in
listen, I
America,
love
we
God.
were
Listen,
taught every
I
day
love God.
not to.
Listen, I love God, but He has a non-tolerant attitude in which I don't tolerate. You feel me? He has, and he also have a cockiness, as if he's the man with the plan. And when I hear him, he's saying that Africa would be is going to be better when it's richer, and all it's gonna be is some rich wicked people. That's all it's gonna be. And say I'm lying.
Okay, I think we need to be rich in the right process. I think that's what you're trying to
Of
state,
course, sir.
because you,
Of course, sir. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
If you
like
rich and you don't love black skin, you are dangerous mother lover to our people.
And the problem becomes if we're just going to repackage the same system that we're currently under, you're not going to get any different results. You're just going to get a different package.
yeah, like I can fire. Like your point is very good. To be honest,
I'm
just
sorry for
when
the
a little
delivery.
bit into a personal conversation, I believe that's why the tone, the tension rose. I think you guys, like, you picked up a good point about the black consciousness and working on education. He picked up we should be rich, but the manner that I think it was a misunderstanding. I think that led to the tension, because
I
I
just
believe that's
wanted
how
him
I
to
see,
stop
because we're
and let
both.
me carry
Yeah.
on talking. That's what I wanted, and he refused.
Okay.
That's why
Yeah, but
that's why I
it's a
stopped. That's why
misunderstanding. Just hold it on that because we're all in this together. At the end of the day, it's good having conflict. It's good having disagreement. It just doesn't have to go to the exceedings of the conflict that we're seeing on a daily basis, and we are the ones that are supposed to stop that. And let's just hold it.
I'm gonna say something to you, real person, real Ethiopian. I'm gonna say something to you. You see this Pan African drive?
Mm-hmm.
We gotta start assuming our position. What I mean, you gotta the people that is up, the people that you can recognize that they don't. You gotta tell them to shut up. You gotta listen. If we have
You're
to
right. I
make
think it's
things
the manner,
verbal.
to be honest, because it's a free panel and a lot of people, and it's more reachable.
But we
Because
gotta be
we,
listen. We as Pan African, bro, I'm telling you, we gotta be tough. Because these little non-Pan African people, they are arrogant, they are forceful, and they also cocky, thinking that they are in the right position. Still, yet they are the ones bringing Africa down into the dirt. You see me? Like some presidents, a lot of listen, a lot of people on the ground is just like the president. You need to know that. And what we want to do with some of these presidents, take them out. Like Bongo in goddamn what they call it, Gabon. And this little dude in Mali. No, in Niger. You see me? It's people that opposing real stuff. That's in our our little collectiveness, and always have some opposition towards real conversation. You see me? Go ahead, sir.
yeah, like I believe on the basis of a person not understanding and cooperating with the truth, you're right. Like, if it's against your agenda, he must go. I don't know the manner that you're thinking of, to be honest, but there's a manner that by minimizing the extra consequences.
Yes, what I
I
mean
think
is,
that's the main agenda on my
yes,
perspective.
sir. When
Yeah.
someone is going off rail, call them out. When you dealing with real progress and of the black nation, because we are in the least of nations, you feel me? We are in
I
no
think
distraction.
you should take a look at yourself first, because the Tezi said we should give our closing statements, and you are still here going on. See, you are talking about discipline and being on point. This is
We
part of
don't
what
want
we're
it to
talking.
close, bro. Didn't you notice? Don't be slow.
Yeah,
No,
but it's going to close at 4. So
Okay,
at
yeah,
4 hours.
we
I,
need to respect the
so
channel and the
No,
moderator.
but we don't listen. I love
Take it
my
away.
Swahili Nation family. I love
Yeah.
you all people. I love God and
Yeah,
everybody.
we love
But
y'all.
just like brothers, I gotta oppose you. And
no,
if you
it's
listen,
not about
this is
opposing.
what I'm saying,
You
right?
talk.
I was
You
speaking,
take
right?
time.
And he
We could
chose.
speak.
Listen, I was
We could
speaking,
take
right?
30
And he
minutes and
chose
all of us will
to
speak.
say,
But
okay.
you want to speak for 20 minutes and let the rest of the people speak for 2 minutes each, and then you speak for the next 30 minutes. That becomes a problem because you do not have all the answers. Everybody has a key to this stuff we're talking about. And this is
How you
not
know
your
I
army.
don't have all the answers? Do you know
And
me?
this is not your army. If you have an army in your house, fine, you can push them around. Here we have to listen to what people have to
Of
say.
course,
You
this
can
is my
say
army.
I don't like your idea. This is what I propose. But this coming to look, that asked one of the most insightful questions, whether you like it or not. For you to have sent him away now, we have just lost some of the views that he might have given us. And you are just going on and on. So we should just, I think you should get your own icon fire stream, and we'll come there and listen to you just talk. You know, because this is just unacceptable. Look at people here; they haven't spoken since. Just listening to you going over and over.
Well,
What?
I wouldn't want you on my channel. You can stay the fuck where you at.
Yeah.
No, okay. Let us begin
So is it
another
fair? Is it fair?
Come on,
Come
guys.
on,
Come
man.
on, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
We're
Let's
supposed
just
to
Who's
be talking
you?
about something that's going to uplift Africa, uplift Pan Africanism. How do we come together? And now we're sitting up here arguing with each other, that's replicating the systems that we are all opposing.
Yeah, because it was going on just before he came in, and then let's say he has something to tell us and he wants us to speak, but he keeps going on and on and on. So it's what he's doing is like an African dictator. So only he wants to talk. Even the moderator
So what?
cannot say anything.
So
Huh?
what? Nobody wants to hear you, it looks like.
No,
Because
because
why don't you
see,
speak?
I
Tell us
respect this
your
panel.
opinion.
I respect this
What's
panel,
your
but if you are
opinion?
going to go on and on so that nothing makes sense, we might as well not make
I'm
sense
not in
together.
your house, bro. I'm not in your house.
Okay, guys.
Yes, but
Okay.
you do not own this place as well.
Quiet down, man.
I can
Quiet
fire.
down, bro.
I
Can fire.
can. Come on
Okay.
now.
Okay, I can fire. You've spoken. You can.
We understand your passion. We understand, again, because again, being a diaspora, I'm in America. We're hitting critical mass over here. So I understand where your passion is coming from, because we're seeing our brothers dying, the children's are, all this newfangled education, and we see it's a little form of genocide. By the grace of God, I know over in Africa you got your conflicts, but you still have your families intact.
And
So
you little
I
Nigerian,
understand. I understand that.
your family might be living on my land, where that y'all people chased us off of. So quiet down.
So my thing is that, we have to find the solution, because I don't want to see 5 years from now that the new America is sitting on between the Atlantic and the ocean north of Australia. Because I mean, that's to me is the whole trajectory they're on, to invade Africa. But this time we're not going to just take the resources, we're going to take the land. And the thing is
That's
that
what I'm trying to show you, what we willing to fight. You see, that's what I'm trying to show you. Same with that Nigerian person. what we willing to fight, what we willing
Okay, I
to
can
put,
fire. Let's
what we
give space
willing to
to AJ.
put up
I
against.
can fire. I can fire. Let AJ have your final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Well, it's kind of came in at a very awkward time. So let's keep it within family as we are. We have all different opinions and ideas how we can come about. But one of the greatest values that we can encompass within amongst ourselves, especially, is, or something that we can take from the elders in Africa or elsewhere, is be able to respect one another, regardless of what we think or what we want to accomplish. So, at the end of the day, it's the collective that will determine that will. So, all ideas are basically. Are welcome, but we have to present it in a way that is showing us, into the love and positive frequencies, and ignore the other personal things that we feel as these things go along, and that we should be just fine. So, in on all goodness, I believe everyone in this panel, participants as well as listeners, if they're out there, we all share one thing, that's a vision, a dream, and it's bigger than our personal things. So we should always be devoted to that, and then give that the highest priority as we go along. And if there are things that we don't like or might disagree, we just have to sometimes be able to work around things. At the end of the day, we are Africans, and we're not going to stop at this time. So that's all I can say.
Absolutely.
Thank you, my brother. That's actually, as usual, you just, you summarized it as you summarized the whole stream. I think, I don't know, anybody else, apart from my confire, because I confire, you've spoken a lot. Anybody, self-science.
Okay, I'll go. I'd like to say that we have to be aware of all the facets of attacks that plagues the continent, and therefore, this is one reason I feel that we need as much input from everybody and as much as we can get, so we can get different views. I believe that everybody has something unique, because I even just come in here, I've found out that some of the answers to the questions I've been asking myself are in somebody else's brain. So I appreciate every single person. And so I don't like it when we do not, we talk about respecting each other or loving each other, but then we cannot just respect ourselves in small spaces like this. And then somebody feels that they have the ideas that, yeah, fine, you have your ideas, but other people have ideas too. And I feel that, one, we should be aware of all the channels that are being attacked through. And so if you specialize in one aspect, you can say, okay, for my country or for this region, I'm going to face media, and therefore I'm going to do that. And if you're an educationist, you do that. And if you have finance, you can say, okay, I'm going to put some financing into into STEM for the young people, and so on and so forth. So I feel that we all, no single part is complete without all its parts. So we should allow for each other to speak and to bring ideas together, and we should respect ourselves, at least at the bare minimum, hear each other out, and be done with the ad hominems. Attack ideas, but do not attack people. That's it for me. Thank you, and good night, everyone.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you. Good night.
Mikias, my brother. Then we finally finish with my sister BJ.
I understand the battle, and I understand everybody's story is different, and I completely understand that everybody's story has value. And like so many on this panel understand, we're in critical times, and the clock is ticking quickly. And we know that they're attacking our children And we know with social media and the way the school, curriculum is constructed. I mean, we literally here have a school to prison pipeline. So that means every aspect of that journey is to, by the end of it, we're going to put you in a cell so we can exploit your labor to produce goods for free. So, I mean, this system is very intricate and it's global how they do things. So, and then every other minute, they're changing the face of the person that's oppressing you. So, if you're not fully aware and conscious of what's going on, you don't even recognize your enemy. So, therefore, we have to wake up and start saying, okay, we know we're going to have enemies. Now let me see if I can find my actual allies, and how do we then come together to try to change things? Because we have to start thinking long term and not always short term, because our survival is dependent upon it. And thank you guys for having me on your panel, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, my sister. You've been great in your contributions. My brother Mikias.
Yeah, appreciate y'all, like respect, one love. And I just want to add that we'll all go past this time, trust me. Trust me on that. We'll see a better day because we have honesty inside of us. It's this everything is behind us from now on. It's just moving forward. So keep that hope, faith. Everything will be good because righteousness will rise at the end of the day. So that doesn't mean we just need to sit down, as BJ said. We need to work on a daily basis. We'll open up, trust me, and that can only happen when we integrate, like respect. Always look out for each other, even if we disappear. Remember us through your prayers, consciousness. Look for us, one another. Where that, in my belief, we're more than just physical form. So trust me, everything's gonna be all right. We'll celebrate a brighter day. It's not gonna be easy, but the battle is. Well, the Bob Marley said, "When the battle is hard, the victory is sweet." Right? So trust me, we're gonna taste that victory real soon. That's all I want to say. And good night for my African brothers, and good day and good evening for everybody around the world. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
man.
Good night.
Yeah, man. I can fire next time. Come early so that when you fight with your your opponents, you have time to reconcile, man. When you come too late now, you can't reconcile. People are getting angry when they leave. But let me give a word of prayer so that we can all leave and enjoy our night. For those who it's night in East Africa, for those, yeah, enjoy your afternoon for those who are in the afternoon. So, Heavenly Father, thank you for everything. Thank you for the gift of life. And as we find out more and more ways to value it, we could continue to ask for your blessings. Also, we pray for Marie Antoinette. Father, may you heal her and everybody else who is going through trying times. In your holy name we pray and believe in. Amen. Yeah, man, it's been a beautiful stream. I really learned a lot, actually. Hope you guys also learned a lot. Thank you, AJ. I hope you keep coming. I have not seen you before. Mike Africa Unite. Thank you guys. Come. Today is today is the hidden hand. Tomorrow we'll have Mika having an interview with somebody. Probably I haven't seen him yet, but it'll probably be somebody very interesting. And Tuesday we have our sister Tanzan doing African tradition. Actually, this time she's talking about the women. I hope BJ will be there. She's talking about what women want in men. So that'll definitely be 12-hour stream. Yeah, Wednesday we have education with the Prof. Ezra himself. Thursday we have the Dr. Ebenezer with the potential in Africa. Friday we're chilling with the weekly recap and with the other Ezra. And Saturday we have the diaspora talk by the biggest E, the Biggie himself. Mario Internet, you've been here, but you've been silent. Probably you've been listening. But hey, thank you for being here. Mike, Africa Unite. Oh, Mikias. That's Mikias. So, thank you. We've had a good stream. I can fire my brother. Hope to see you next time. Come early, my brother. Come early. So, yeah, I think I'm going to end the stream right now. You guys had fun. I had fun. I had a lot of knowledge learned today. Oh, sorry, my sister. Sorry, my sister. Hope you feel well rested. And yeah, have a blessed rest of your day. Great week tomorrow. May it be productive. So yeah, amen.